And so products in the market, you cannot do it without grading. You cannot do it without standardization. You cannot do it without quality control system and quality assurance. So that's what I did in the NEPC for almost 30 years. Yes, so I'm well grounded in that. Thank you, sirs. God bless you. Thank you. So go like this then.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Honorable Matthew Idu, a farmer, an immediate past commissioner for agriculture in Enugu State. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure to have you with this program.
Good morning, all. My name is Chinemeze Onyeke of Swiss Agro Limited, based in Osaka. Thank you.
What do you produce? What do you export and what do you export?
Okay, I'm into cash crop. I'm also into livestock, piggery, and all that.
Good morning, House. I'm Onike Chku, a participant from Enugu State.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Solomon Ejim, Esquire, Office of the Deputy Governor, Enugu State.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Oko Daniel Tochukwu, participant. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Patrick Ugu. I'm a registrar of Peaceland University. Also lecture everything about entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Francis Eze. I'm a farmer and a consultant in agriculture, general manager V&V. Basically, V&V is Youth and Women Initiative movement on empowering the youth. But currently, I'm standing brief for DEFCON. DEFCON basically in exports and human development. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Kenneth Eze. I am representing Enugu State Young Farmers. I'm the president of Enugu State Young Farmers Association and also the director, Agricultural Directorate, National Youth Council of Nigeria, Enugu State Chapter. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Michael Osiago, a mushroom farmer, currently the CEO, Mush Daddy. Sorry, I'm just overwhelmed with the personalities I'm meeting today. Okay, so in Mush Daddy Africa, one of the things we do is mushrooms, edible and medicinal. Currently, we're now adding value to medicinal mushrooms to solve issues around prostate, cancer, ulcer, diabetes, and health challenges. So that's basically what we do in mushroom, where we help people add value to life. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is I represent NASI, Nigerian Association of Small-Scale Industrialists, Enugu State Chapter. Yeah, we are glad to be here because we believe that what we learn here will escalate it to our members at all the 17 local governments of Enugu State so that they can understand the importance of grading so that we can move more from oil to non-oil exports going forward. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mr. Opara Ikenna Goodyear. I am the chairman, board of directors, and managing director for Green Remedy International Limited, GRIE, as a registered company here in Nigeria. My company, Green Remedy International Limited, in year 2011, was runner-up, that we placed second in the Bank of Industry BOI United Nations Development Program UNDP Access to Remedy Project, which we developed the project of using Jatropha caucus, an agricultural plant for economic empowerment and rural development, transforming agricultural crops into value chains that can help in national development. Thank you. Good.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Asko Kafo. I'm a farmer and the CEO, Maklumi Technology Services Limited. I'm also the aggregator and coordinator of Village Farmers Initiative. We are mostly passionate about preserving our indigenous food heritages that are almost going extinct and being lost or threatened species and varieties that we have. So I work with smallholder farmers from Anambra River Basin. We promote our indigenous crops like yam. Most of our yam species, which are sought after, and daily staples are going extinct. So we are bringing them back into the market. We want to push them into the African market. We're also bringing back our spices like typical Anam pepper, which is as good as Nsuka yellow pepper. We want to bring it back and push it to the African market. We are also interested in bringing back our indigenous tree crops. Our Anam Obono, the original Adu, is no more in the market. Our Egusi, we only bring from the north down south. So we want southern crops, indigenous southern crops out in the African markets, and that's what we are all about. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mrs. Helen Okanya, an assistant director with NAFDAC. I'm also representing NAFDAC here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Friday Idiku, Associate Professor of Agricultural Extension and Rural Sociology, University of Calabar. As you know, all the ideas, the innovation to be put up from this workshop or policy will only end up in the shelf at the office of NINAS or NABG. It's only extension that will be able to take it on to farmers for implementation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chief Ukechukwu Ugweze, a commodity dealer at Ibeze Modern Market. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Let's quickly can we quickly finish the introduction before you? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Okechukwu Romanus, representing the Anelo Agro Enterprises. We're dealing on rice production marketing. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mrs. Ejim Lovelyn Nenna, founder and president, Network of Women and Youth in Agriculture, Nigeria, and equally the National Vice President of Rice Farmers Association of Nigeria. We are into rice production. We advocated for everything about farming, majorly as it concerns women. And we are into deep processing activities of all the value chains we are into. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Obuka Nathaniel, MD Kiron Shelters and Farm Limited. I'm into farming, completely cassava and rice. Right now, I have about 30 hectares of rice farm in Abugo today, and our rice is in the market. It's Kiron rice. You can access it. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ekene Uzodimma. Ekene Uzodimma is the MD X Projects Nigeria Limited. We are into farm development for commercial purposes, and I presently own 30 hectares of farm in Abugo, and through the help of the former commissioner for land for agriculture, we acquired about 200 hectares in Ibitolo, Eziago, where we are also expanding our farm. We presently have our own product in the market also. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Enugu State, is here represented, and also representing the Deputy Governor is the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Agro-Industrialization in Enugu State, Honorable Ubru. Please a round of applause. Accompanying him to this venue is the Program Manager, Enugu ADP, Dr. Ubona Onisi. Thank you very much. We wouldn't like to disturb your program. We shall start immediately because His Excellency have other engagements to perform outside this place. Who is the MC, please? I've seen my immediate boss. Dr. Idu is here with us. Thank you. If not introduced him, the immediate past Commissioner for Agriculture in Enugu State and Natural Resources during his tenure, now it has changed to agro-industrialization. Honorable Matthew Idu. Please a round of applause for him. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You see, that's why it's good to have a legacy. It's good to have a legacy because it has done well in the ministry. That's why I come out and boldly and proudly say what he did. Congratulations, sir. That's what we any of us. Please do something so that people can. Even this agriculture talking, like that our sister said, she's bringing back products that have been lost. It's a legacy. And most of these products, they have natural ingredients that help the body. But because we want to westernize ourselves, we are throwing away these things. Please, congratulations. We'll discuss on that. Okay, because of time, let me just give to the coordinator to continue. Commissioner, you're welcome, sir. Welcome, sir.
Williams, I think you can check whether our president of NABG,
Okay. Media. Are you with us? NABG, are you with us in Abuja? Are you connected?
Can anyone hear me, NABG? You're on mute if you're speaking. You can hear me. Okay, hold on.
Okay. Where is the media guy?
No, you can't.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll get back to you.
Please, where is your second? Where is Oluchi? Call him. We need.
So, madam, please, before they connect, I want you to give us some of the products. Even though you mentioned Anam pepper or so, which other products that you think that are going out that we need to bring back?
We no longer have most of our indigenous staple food that is everyday food for the average home. Because of this constant flooding that is washing away farmers' product before they harvest. So we've lost, like yam now, I'm lucky now, we've brought back yam species, traditional yams that we have apart from Hausa yam. We have indigenous Igbo yams. We brought back 3 varieties this season now that will be ready for harvest.
Who are you working with?
Smallholder farmers from Anam.
University, research?
Yes, IITA. Okay. Yes, they gave us they helped us. We took it to them.
You have to multiply.
Yes, they multiplied 3 years ago and then brought the foundation seed that we just had now. Yes, so we've done that in Yam Value Chain.
Also coordinate with the universities. I think I see 2 universities are here. Talk with, let's see how they can, because this thing goes, it's a cycle, it's a triangle. Yes, research will go to the people. Okay. Okay, I think there's another university lecturer here, university, so please work with them. Okay. Yes, so somebody mentioned something I wanted to discuss. Okay, mushroom. Where is that mushroom? Please, I like that mushroom. You said you're using mushroom. Can you explain about the mushroom you are doing for the health purpose? It's good for the health, and that's what we are talking. That product is very good. But because I don't know how many of us old as in during the Civil War, there was not much meat. Mushroom was more source of protein. Sir? Very, very nourishing. Very, very nourishing. So, please, it's good. Let's hear about it. Thank you.
Okay. So, the thing is, prior to the Enlightenment right now. Before now, people thought mushroom was just for the poor. And our old grandmothers then took seriously, and it gave health standards then. The Chinese is one area that's taking mushroom to the highest level. Last year, Chinese and the China industry did about 40 billion in mushroom alone, and they've revolutionized the medicinal part of mushroom. Now, coming home, I currently am a member of West African Mushroom Growers, and we're looking at there are a whole lot of things mushroom can solve. People have prostate. Mushroom has the tendency to clear that. People who have diabetes, mushroom also has a tendency, because of the active ingredient it has, to clear that. Breastfeeding mothers, mushroom also has the tendency to improve their immune system. As they transfer to the child, it improves the immune system of the child. Then people who have cancer, it's a serious research now on cancer, on mushroom, and it is doing great in reducing cancer tendencies too. The same thing with ulcer and other diseases. So what I'm doing now, we are adding to mushroom because of these health challenges, and more so, the next phase we are going into is working with the research institute to localize mushroom now, look at health challenges in the local market here in Nigeria that we can use active ingredient from mushroom to solve.
And standardization and quality control is very important, and that's actually why we're here. So in that basis, I want to hand over to the coordinator of the program to Ernest. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Let me just apologize to our colleagues in Abuja that we are working on getting the microphone to sync with the speaker. We'll get back to you as soon as that is done. But now we will go to our agenda. Williams, guide us on what is on the agenda. So I will get back to you guys in Abuja as soon as they fix the audio so we can hear from you. I hope that Max is ready with his presentation from there. What is the... So we need to hear from them now. Huh? Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, doctor.
Yes, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you, but we're trying to fix the speakers. Okay.
Okay, doctor, my name is Ochifudu. Max is not around, so I am...
Okay. So you do your presentation after opening ceremony, okay? So hold on, we're working on it, but we want to do official opening, then we get back to you. Yeah. Okay, so you do the introduction then. No. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm not a good MC, but I think it's a singular honor, and for me, a thing of pride to have our brand new Commissioner for Agric, Enugu State, here representing our governor and the deputy governor. My brother's name is Honorable Patrick. You even missed one. Let me add so you know I know him better. Patrick Nwabeze Ubru. Ladies and gentlemen, he deserves a round of applause. So, Commissioner, we are in your territory, we are in your business. Please speak to us, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm here on dual capacity, one representing His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Enugu State, Barrister Ifeanyi Osai, and our amiable Governor, Dr. Peter Ndubisimba, and also as the Commissioner for Agriculture and Industrialization. It is my pleasure and honor that I stand before you on behalf of our Deputy Governor and our Governor, His Excellency, Dr. Peter Ndubisimba. I warmly welcome you to this significant workshop, Policy Validation of the Nigeria Agricultural Commodity Standard Grading Policy. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this workshop for selecting Enugu State as the host of this important event. It is a testament to our commitment to the development of agriculture and the agro-allied industries in our great state. Agriculture, as we all know, plays a vital role in the economic growth and sustainable development of any nation. It is the backbone of our economy, providing employment, food security, raw materials for various industries. Recognizing its importance, the Nigerian government has placed a strong emphasis on transforming agricultural and ensuring its competitiveness in the global market. The Nigerian Agricultural Commodity Standard Grading Policy is a significant step towards achieving this vision. Standardized grading and quality assurance systems are crucial in ensuring that we enhance our market access for our agricultural products, both domestically and internationally. By adopting a unified grading policy, we can ensure consistency, fairness, and transparency in the trading of agricultural commodities. This workshop will provide a unique opportunity for stakeholders from the Southeast region to contribute their expertise and insight towards the validation of this policy. Your collective knowledge and experiences will undoubtedly shape the final outcome, making it more robust and relevant to our regional context. I encourage all participants to actively engage in the discussion, share best practices, and propose innovative solutions. Let us leverage this platform to identify challenges, explore opportunities, and forge partnerships to drive the growth and competitiveness of our agricultural sector. I also urge you to consider the specific need and aspiration of our smallholder farmers and agro-processors. They form the backbone of our agricultural value chains and are often the most vulnerable stakeholders. It is our responsibility to ensure that this grading policy cater their needs. It is our responsibility to ensure that this grading policy cater to their needs, promote inclusivity, and empower them to thrive in their evolving agricultural landscape. As we validate this policy, let us keep in mind that our ultimate goal is to create an enabling environment for agricultural productivity, value addition, and market linkage. We must strive for excellence and ensure that our agricultural commodities meet the highest quality standard, both locally and internationally. Once again, on behalf of the Deputy Governor, Barrister Ifeanyi Osai, and our dear Governor, Dr. Peter Ndubisimba, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the participants, resource persons, and our distinguished guests for gracing this occasion. I am confident that your contribution and deliberation will pave the way for a more vibrant, resilient, and sustainable agricultural sector in Enugu State and the entire Southeast region. Thank you, and I wish you a fruitful discussion and successful workshop. On this note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Deputy Governor, Barrister Ifeanyi Osai, and our amiable governor, we declare this workshop open. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think the Commission for Agri deserve a louder and a better round of applause. Honorable Commissioner, sir, on behalf of the participants and organizers, I want to thank you for not just finding time to be here. Every sentence of your speech speaks volumes on what we're doing today. We will do exactly what you said, factor the Southeast reality, and ensure that our voice is heard in this policy. Secondly, I would like you to convey our gratitude to the Deputy Governor and the Governor. I'm proud that from what I see, the young ones are taking over the leadership of Enugu State, and I'm proud to be Enugu State son. Thank you, and God bless you. We have opportunity to take a group photograph with the Governor's representative and the Commissioner. So I think that's the next thing to do, right? Okay, so we clear here and see if we can take a photograph. Oh, well, very good.
Group photograph.
Yes, please. Outside. Okay. Please identify outside before we. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So,
only 4 of you. Yes.
Okay, please can I your name so that I can spell your name?
Okay, so let's my card. Let me give you my card. Eh? I'm the only one who about a Senate ticket with 2 wine. You bought for my image. Okay, I'm on the PDP.
Thank God. What to go up for
I will support you. I will support very much. You man, I am not share our KPI with you. No problem. Sure. No problem. Because you have no problem. I will have that opportunity coming from Abuja and elsewhere. But you were before. You were I knew before. Probably were here for people to take serious. I do the question. This particular workshop. I do remember when it's come to rice.
So you visit me now? Please come.
Because that is why I said this is brand new. And not just that it's brand new. I got my first award in agriculture at the age of 16. Till today, I'm still there. So when I see a younger person,
waiting for the night hottest tunes, the hottest DJ. Cool
What would I do without your smart mouth? Drawing me in and you kicking me out. You got my head spinning, no kidding. I can't pin you down. What's going on in that beautiful mind? I'm on your magical mystery ride, and I'm so dizzy, don't know what hit me, but I'll be alright. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind, 'cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning, 'cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh, how many times do I have to tell you? Even when you're crying, you're beautiful too. The world is beating you down. I'm around through every mood. You're my downfall, you're my muse, my worst distraction, my rhythm and blues. I can't stop singing, it's ringing in my head for you. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind, 'cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I'll give my all.
Yes.
Hello, hello, hello. Can we sit back? Can we all take our seat? Please call the ones outside, oh. Please, oh. Please, can we come back?
Can you make it possible for us?
Since Abuja do not want to talk, let me talk. Hello, where is our Honorable Commissioner and Co? Can they come in? Okay.
So let me
yes, please. Honorable Commissioner, sorry, let's just take one small presentation. Okay. My apologies. The Nigerian Agribusiness Group office in Abuja were having challenges talking to each other. But I think my short presentation, it cannot replace their own. But for now, let's have this short presentation from me just to prepare your mind on what we are doing. The title of the presentation, somehow screen is taking away the main one, is about agro-commodity grading, purpose, process, and products. So technically, this presentation will simply try to look at why do you want to grade commodities according to their standards. Why is it necessary? What is the benefit? Why not just sell it as you harvest it? And then we're able to say, if we need to have a policy on that, what are the processes we need to go through? And then if we don't have a policy in place, what are the key products that will come out of such policy? That's what my short presentation will speak to. I'm not sure I introduced myself when they were introducing, but my name is Celestine Okanya. On this particular discussion, I'm just a consultant. Then if I'm out of this validation exercise, by grace of God, I'm the Director General of Nigerian National Accreditation System. My office of this agency. It is like a baby now, but sometime tomorrow, it will be bigger than all of us. There is nothing you do in this country that we are not involved. Nothing. Nothing at all. And so for Enugu State to produce the founding DG is a thing of pride because it is based on competence. Okay, so I was invited to lead this policy development for two reasons. First is that I was the national secretary when we wrote Nigerian quality policy. That was a quality policy that took almost 6 years to write, Nigerian quality policy. It was approved in 2021 by Mr. President, and today the implementation process is on. And we now have a National Quality Council. These were all what we did together with other colleagues in Abuja. So when this one came up, they sought whether I could also lead the process. And again, as long as it concerns taking away poverty from the society, adding food to the dining table, I will be interested. So that's why we're here. So, and we are in East because this validation, if you have to have any policy on anything, and you do not engage the people it will affect at the end, or people that will enjoy it at the end, then it is not a policy. It will not work. And when you talk about commodity, we know that we, the Igbo, are the one that trades. Others can farm, others can harvest, but we deal with the trading part. We distribute, we export. And to do that, if you are not going to talk about policy that will affect how you buy, how you segregate, how you package, how you export, then you need to talk to the Southeast also. We have done this validation in Southwest. It was hosted by IIT Ibadan. William Cezag was there, he's here today. But before then also, we have had National Consultative Forum where stakeholders in agriculture were briefed about the necessity for this policy, then created committees to work on that. I'm also happy that, where is my professor from UNICA, Dr. Friday Idiku. Yeah, he was there at the National Consultative Forum in Abuja. And today he's here for Southeast. So we are going into the nitty-gritty of our discussion, but again, it's not going to be detailed because I have the policy itself shared on the platform. If you don't have it, let us know. We can drop it for you on your WhatsApp directly. What is the purpose of what we're doing today? The purpose of this policy is to establish standard guidelines for grading agricultural commodities. So you see, you say agricultural commodities. So when I was listening to the guy who says mush daddy, is that mush what? Yeah, yeah. So even if you're discussing mushroom, if you have to package it and you want to make more money, you have to grade the mushrooms in similar forms, in similar characteristics, so that when you price it properly. Whether you're dealing with rice, whether you're dealing with beans or melon. Melon gave some of us plenty money. You know, my town, we know how to hoard commodities. Aqua is a nodding head. I know how much you made. So whether you're dealing with, whatever you're dealing with, whether you're dealing with livestock, if you need to sell either in large quantity or to supply to end users, and they are good customers of yours, you must supply based on grade they demand, based on standard they want. So you sustain the business, you make more money. So these are the kind of things we're going to be seeing in this discussion. So, the policy will focus on the guidelines for grading commodities to ensure consistency in quality first. Then if you have consistency in quality, then you will have consistency in pricing. It's okay, not that A sold at this price, I sold at this price. If you have the same quality with A and B, then two of you should sell at the same price. Then the farmers and aggregators and commodity dealers cannot have control of pricing. But if the buyer is the one telling you, oh, this grade is not what I'm looking for, then they will dictate to you a price they want to buy. And then, furthermore, it is also to protect consumers from substandard products. So we are all going to be eating here for the next 2 days. Whoever is supplying Nickel Lake food, if Nickel Lake issues, what do you call it, the document they issue for supply, I don't know what they call it, and says, I want grade 1 tomato, LPO. So if they demand grade 1 tomato, the hotel should know what grade 1 tomato look like. the supplier should also understand what they mean by grade 1 tomato. So it is this clarity that the policies tend to bring in. So what is the scope of this policy that we have a draft for? So the scope applies to all agricultural commodity traded in the market, including but not limited to grains, vegetables, fruits, vegetables, tubers, livestock, and dairy products. Okay? So I'm emphasizing this so that you don't say, well, when we say grading, you think it's only grains. No, it involves everything that you could do within the family of farming, harvesting, or livestock also. Has this been done before, or is this something that is new? Not new. Those of you who are old enough like me, I know I have some senior brothers here. Those of you who are as old as some of us note that there was a time we used to have brown bags, triangle and inverted triangle on the bags. Those were grading symbol of the British government when they were ruling us. They were using it to grade cocoa, grade palm products, and they had grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3. And they were only interested in the grade 1. They take them out and then leave the rest for us to. So if you check our history, grading is not a new thing for us. In the society today or in the market, there are different sources of grading. There is private standard grading. There are some companies, if you supply them, they have their own grade, and they have identified their grade, either put it as samples in their office. So as you're collecting LPO, you have a sample of what they will collect from you. So we'll say that one is a private standards grading. Then there are groups and association standard grading. There are people who are involved in a particular business, similar business. They come together and agree. This is the kind of grades of commodity we would want to use to do our business. An example could be the ones that produce wheat that we buy to make our this thing. Of course, it starts with grain. They have some understanding that the wheat they import from outside the country, there's a particular grade defined for it. And if it is not what those are a big group that are involved, including flour mills and Nestle, if it is not what they actually identify as their grade, you may find it difficult to sell them. So there is group or association grading. Then the bigger picture is the government's own grading. Government can come up with their grading and then make it a national system. I think that is what we are trying to achieve. In America, they have grades that is developed and protected and managed by their Food and Agriculture Agency. I think what they call them, FD. So FAO or whatever they call them. Okay. So in Europe, India, they have a national grading system. And the other part is industrial grading. If you're dealing with people who are in beer production, breweries, they have their own grades for cereals that for grains they buy for producing different kinds of beer or different kinds of drinks. So, and buyer can decide if I'm a consumer of any grain or any commodity, I might decide my own grade, as long as you want to do business with those standards. Whether it is you are supplying me meat or whatever, I can tell you the fat percentage versus the actual muscle in meat or protein that I will have to accept from you. And then there is sector-specific grading. You can go on and on. But our goal in what we're trying to do is to see whether we can have a national grading system that will, in most cases, drive the commodity market in Nigeria. We're looking forward to a future very soon where there will be commodity exchange market. And we already have, Williams, how many? About 2 commodity exchange market of quoting prices like stock prices in Nigeria. Okay? So this might speak to what our Abuja friends would have done for us, the phases of this project. First, when we were invited into this project, the project, we had a phase 1, which of course involved looking at existing literature on this matter. We looked at pre-colonial practice of grading. We looked at how do they do it elsewhere in other countries. So we did that phase 1, which is the desk research and information gathering. After that particular stage, I think the donors and the actual implementers, which is NABG, found the work interesting to progress to the next stage. And the next stage is the phase 2, which is the policy development itself. And then part of this project we're doing, as soon as we can get the policy agreed on, we are going to show example by grading 10 commodities, 10 topmost commodities that is going to be traded in African Continental Free Trade. We will use it to show example how you can grade commodities. So the policy and the technical standard development is phase 2. And that we have done to some extent and put it on hold and move to phase 3 to begin to sense what the stakeholders think about the policy document. And that's why we're here today, because we want to know how the agribusiness groups, farmers, commodity aggregators, and the government people also hear what you would say about the draft document we have. Is about 60% completed. There's a lot that we need you to bring to complete the document. There's a lot there that you might say, I don't think is necessary. We need to take it out. So the phase 3 is the document validation and approval. We are on zonal validation mission. We have done the first one at Southwest, and like I said, it was hosted in Ibadan by IITA, and it was a very, very enlightening experience to go to what I call the global first, or the global #1 research center for agriculture, tropical agriculture. And we saw a lot there. We saw a lot they are doing with research there. Today we have cassava that has vitamins implanted in them. We have cassava that have yellow already. It has vitamin E. So when you fry it, it turns yellow without red oil like our people used to put. It was developed in IITA. The stem is everywhere now. So if you're still farming the old cassava, you are living in the past. Today we have corn that has vitamin A and other minerals they have inculcated in cassava that a pregnant woman can be taking, and you may not need, underline may not need additional vitamins if you are pregnant. And so it fights for nutrition that people, you know, we don't eat protein all the time. So that kind of crops are complementing for our I don't want to say poverty because we're not poor. So but I'm saying we were there where all those things has been happening, and we saw a lot. They made contributions to the document. When we finish this phase 3, after going through the zone, we're also going to do national validation in Abuja, which I'm sure at least 2, 3, 4 of you here will show up there at the national. Then we will go into commercialization and industrialization phase. And some of the phase 4 activity, I will describe it shortly here. So, zonal consultative meeting. So why are we doing this? This is our first step. Zonal is the first step to validating the document, and it's just an opportunity for you to, after reading the document and having this conversation with us, be able to say, this is what I think. I think we should add this. I think we should remove this. Then no contribution is useless. We'll go back and think through everything, look at our existing research and all that, and be sure that contributions are in line with the principles being advanced. Then it gives us opportunity also to create awareness on this. At least with this meeting today, I'm sure that parts of Southeast, each person that is coming from a different state will be able to take word back that there's a policy in the making that has to do with it. So we're creating that public awareness through this validation. And what these guys are doing is beaming it live on Facebook, YouTube, and that's part of it. I'm sure that it will be the news. Even though we try to be just technically, because it's not time for ceremony. This is actual time. Okay, I remember trying to chat you up in the night. Maybe you thought I was a 419 guy, eh? Okay, so and that's how it is. If you really want to get results and you have a project, look for people who are doing well in that project. We needed people like Ekene, we needed people like the aggregators here, and the ones people were suggesting that you are here, you don't know who called your name. So we needed it to be stakeholder driven, okay? And our meeting today is going to be open and interactive. Not everybody here knows how to speak grammar, but all of us has one thing we do in this area that we do better than others. Graciously, I have someone from they call it Oligbeze, in my place. Oligbeze and Oba Market is the grain center of Southeast. So if we're having this discussion there and was nobody from that place, it means we're not serious. Because they may not speak the same level of grammar with us, but they will tell you what they do with it. They will tell you how they go to Zaki Bam, spend 1 week trying to aggregate melon and all these things. They will tell you how they sort it out and bag them. That part that Mr. Okechukwu will help us on that one. Okay? And then I want it to be contributory. So beyond just speaking on the floor, I'm going to leave everybody, we're going to leave you with a commenting document, or we can even be more wiki about it, using even our this is our WhatsApp group to drop comments. So at the end of the day, our Facebook is like, what do you call it? Our WhatsApp group is going to be like our rough paper. Some people sitting in Abuja will go line by line on whatever anybody put there and relate it to where it belongs. Because sometimes I notice that when we give commenting document, it becomes too theoretical to some people. So, but if you want to comment and you said on page so, I think this should have been this should have. If it's on that WhatsApp, somebody will read it, take it seriously, and then we'll work with that. Okay. So if we finish validation, there will be a final review. Then we'll gather national stakeholders for approval again. And then when it is approved, then the document is publicly available. That does not make it a government document yet. It will now go into a process of the board of NABG first adopting it as their product, and then the board of NABG now approaching the federal government and said, this is how we want commodity markets to operate in Nigeria. This is how we want commodity exchange markets to work. These are the rules we are suggesting. And then government will review it and go through their own internal process to make it a national policy. So it's a long journey, but we started somewhere. We embarked on that same journey on national quality policy. People didn't take it serious. But today is affecting almost everything that one is doing, in quality space, whether you're working for SON or NAFDAC or my own office, NINAS, or whether you're a certification body. That policy affects the way we do business today. And if you're producing products, packaging anything, that document will affect the way you do business. But it started just like we're doing what we're doing now. So I need us to understand that the work we're doing now will affect millions and millions of people around our nation. Okay, I've just said that, NABG board approval and then final approval by Federal Executive Council. That is the same process the other policy went through. So how does it work? How will it be implemented if this is done? The way it works is that, like I said, in America they have their own system in place where USDA stamps in every commodity bag in US market, except in some cases, there are some cases where they put waiver that you cannot, you may choose not to be part of that controlled or grading distance. So as you can see, this is an official stamp of USDA, United States Department of Agriculture, their grading logo. And so for every time you see a commodity with this logo and it has AA there, that is the highest quality of such commodity. They will have another one that is A, and then they will have another one that is B, and then they will have another one that is C. And now, in their market, for certain commodities, there is a unified bag that they can use. First, they will first of all ensure that that bag scientifically and practically is best fitted for that crop. Best fitted to make sure that it protects it, it gives it longer life, prevent it from pests and all kinds of things related to the bag, and make sure that it does not add things that are not good for the consumers on the commodity themselves. So they will approve nationally a bag and a bagging system for it, and create exactly what weight you are going to bag it. If they say it's 25 kg, buy it from North Carolina or buy it from Minnesota or Texas, they will be the same weight. Why? Because they want to be transparent in what you do. Can we come to a point where a bag of egusi sold in Oligbeze, found in Asaba market, will have the same weight, the same quality ascribed to it, and nobody is cheating nobody? That's the vision. Okay? So that's how it works. But for it to work that way, there must be systems and people working to ensure that it happens that way. So on implementation, there will be process of inspection, process of certification, and processes that ensures that people do the right thing. Those are things that will be explained in detail on the implementation. Yeah, so like I said, we are going to be doing pilot grading for commodities, and we'll try to practice all this on those 10 commodities. And we'll select the value chain that are having more economic impact in Nigeria to do that. I hope that we'll find a value chain that is very important for Southeast and have it on that number. Okay, so again, I'm just itemizing the process to operationalize it for commercial purposes. I'll give you one example because some of these things will bring benefit. Some of you are not farmers, but you might invest in this process. What if we finish and there is now a consensus on bag production, the type of national bag to be used to sell commodities? Only one man will not be able to produce the bag that Nigerian market will use for bagging commodities. So there will be a place that will be approving producers who want to be producing this bag. So if, for example, you decide to to take Enugu, for example, you want to be the one producing these bags in Enugu, you go through processes of getting certified to do that. And the certification will ensure that you comply to the requirements for those bags. Your company can produce it to meet that standard. Then you are certified to produce it. So imagine you producing just bags that is going to be used in Oribeze or Ba or Bete and everywhere we sell commodities in this state. Is huge business for you. You may not touch the commodities, but you are driving the commodities. There will be also people who will be managing the grading system to ensure that people are compliant, that when you say it's grade A, is A. That will, again, create inspection process. Those are nitty-gritties we may not need to go into now. But in summary, what we're saying is that what we're doing now, we go round and round and affect every part of our industry, because these commodities are not just for food. Some of them are used in production. Some of them are used in running as the input to other bigger products. And another thing that we also need to keep in mind, the time that our grain reservoirs, I hope we still have some working. Commissioner is smiling. We used to have grain reserve. I think we still have, but I don't know how many of them that are functional. For you to be able to apply to the grain reserves, this is where this kind of thing is very important. We have grades that should go into our grade. And so it's also good business. There will be a process in place to monitor and evaluate the implementation of this at the end. And because nothing you do first time becomes perfect, there will be process improvement until we get it right. We'll keep reviewing, replanning, and redesigning it until it's properly working for our consumers and our farmers. And on this note, let me thank you for listening to me. This is an opportunity for us to now interact. I hope that at least I've explained the basics of what we are here for. So any questions we can take before we go out for our tea? Honorable Commissioner, this is the end of my presentation. Our comments? Yes, William.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, consultants. I want to say that what you just explained is critical to our economy. It's very, very critical, both national economy and international economy. It's only in Nigeria you come and you want to buy something, before you know it, it's scattered on the table. They say this one, if either you buy it or not, it doesn't bother the person. But in other clients, everything is graded. Everything is graded. So you don't just go and tap. No, you must get something. It must be graded. You want to buy tomato, they use weight to weight. You want to buy a goosey, either grade 1 or even by, I think by intuition, there's one that say machine peeled and hand peeled. Already it's graded by them, but it's not well taken care of, structured. Okay, so but if you come to more where pronounced grading and quality is in export, where, like I said, that's where I operate. So in export, everything you do is graded. And that's why Nigeria is not doing well in terms of export, because most of our product is not taken from the roots. Okay? When we had the commodity board, for example, the cashew and all that, from the farm, the farmer knows the grade is going to sell to the local buying agent. So, but if you come to the market, you may not get it. But with the grading, everything becomes easy. Okay? Honorable Commissioner, we appreciate your presence. Thank you very much, sir. So that's why I'm trying to say that the grading, especially in export, you cannot do without grading. In other countries, they do well. For example, in Côte d'Ivoire, you can't sell cocoa without the commodity board knowing about it. The farmer cannot sell without local energy, and local energy cannot sell without. So everything is a process. And once from your farm, if you do the right, you know how much you are going to get. Nobody's going to deceive you because it's a transparent market. But if I don't have a grade, come to the market, anybody can price anything, and before you know, you just lose a lot of money because it's not well graded. And the anointing is that somebody will buy this product, go back to the warehouse and start grading them. For example, cashew nut. You say your cashew anyhow, but when the man gets to he packs everything, he gets to the warehouse, and now begin to do the right thing and make more money. Exactly. So that's why. So it's important that this thing is, if we can able to put it on a national scale, it's because it's more than what we are doing. It's a larger picture. It has a larger picture. It's an international, issue. This thing because it's global. Okay, every part of the world there's grading and it's aligned to that. So it's very important that we pay attention, also contribute, because just like he said, in NINAS, I was part of people who started the documentation for NINAS, and we thought it's a joke, but today it's one of the best agencies now, because it's not only in Nigeria, but it's a global thing, because everywhere in the world they meet and they take decisions. So I think it's important that we take this in serious. And I don't know if there's any contribution. If you have got experience of grading because you didn't grade well, your product was wasted. So yes, Commissioner, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add to what you said, if you look at what's happening now, especially in agriculture, we are going back to the basics. And for the fact that we're going back, everything must follow. That are into exports, I will tell you that Nigerian products don't gain admission. Nigerian products don't pass the test. Why is it that Nigerian products don't pass the test? Are their soils better than ours? Do they know the practice more than us? If you try to cut corners, there's a place you get to, you'll be deemed. So I think this validation is one of the preparatory process you have to pass through in getting down to work. We have come of age in agricultural production, and because we don't do things the way it should be done, the products we are going to grade started from somewhere. That is production. How do you produce? You have applied the best agronomic practices to produce your crop. You grade it naturally, the way it should be done. You make your money. And because you know you're going to grade, you have to do the right thing to get the best grade. That is applying the best practices to produce. So I think this validation is a good one, and if we follow it to the tenets, the problem is that most of the times we know the right thing to do, but we don't do it. You see somebody bagging a 25 kg rice. 20 kg is inside. 25 kg is written outside. What do you want to get? Nagolia, no 25 kg kobo. There's no scale there for the consumer that is buying from you to check what you have done. And he goes home disappointed. Maybe he will check it with cups and get disappointed at the end of the day. I mean, if we can stand on what we agree on, I think that's the first thing we should get imbibed in us. If we agree that Android phone will be used by everybody come with Android phone. But I'm happy with what we're having here today because it starts from somewhere. Something must have to be done. Every day, every day, every day. Like my sister said, they are bringing back products that have gone into Some of us here who grew from the village, who grew in the village, there is no product that is selling in the market now internationally and locally that does not grow in our land. Somebody was asking me, what do you call sesame? Sesame. Same seed that our mothers plant around our farm. Today is money. So many other crops like that. Thank you. So these things are not alien to us. We know them. And these practices for the producers, for the marketers, it is important to everybody. But you must have the mindset to do the right thing. If you want to cut corner, it is not about these ones. But we must do the needful. So I thank the organizers of this program, and for us that are here, somewhere, and somebody must start a good thing. Thank you all.
Sorry, I think we're supposed to come back. Okay, she has been putting her hand since. Let me talk. Okay, that's good. I hope we have a repertoire.
Okay. Good morning once again. I'm happy that we are having this discussion at a time like this, because when the topic came up, grading, I was taken aback. How do I work with these local farmers on grading? But as our consultant was discussing it, I found out that this is what we have been doing already. It's just that the awareness is not there. The reason why we should keep doing it and sensitize the local farmers more is on why they should keep on doing what they're doing is not there. For instance, when it comes to selling cassava, we used to sell cassava with scales. When the off-takers come to buy these improved hybrid varieties, they don't just buy. You don't just buy in heaps. They ask for scales and they scale it. That is grading. Then when we sell rice too, the off-takers, the millers, the processors that come to buy the rice paddy, they ask for the water content, the moisture content of that. That is part of grading as well. Then in yam, since I was growing up, we always go for the big yam, especially now, next Sunday, we are having the New Yam Festival in Annam, the Otanam Festival. It's the biggest one that everybody is going after. But for the export market, they don't look at us. So it has been bothering me. It has been bothering me. How do I here, and if I don't sell locally, in dollars? I now found out that there's a special quantity you can export, and yams are being sold. When I went to Ghana, I found out that they sell in cartons. Our yams don't enter cartons because we want the big one that we can sell and make more money locally, but that's not the international standard. So we now had to cut the yams in kgs. We don't just, we grow yams based on umbaji, but yes, but these days now, the ones we did this year, we had to cut them, slice them, so that by the time we harvest, we have those 2 kgs that are exportable products. That's part of grading as well. Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, let me talk to him.
This thing is coming at the right time. We that are right farmers. Sometimes it's not about the producers, so it's at the market. Sometimes, like we that carry our right from here to be able to sort and make it look like foreign rice. When you bring it to the market, they will tell you that somebody in member is selling at 25,000. Money to farm and all that. You want to make your money, and you want to sell and get return. Maybe you borrowed money from some people. You want to pay back and all that. So you will like to sell. Sometimes sell at loss. So because that person doesn't look at quality, they don't have gone far to make sure that the quality is better. Because if you go to China, you go to one that is doing for individuals. Those big ones don't do it for individuals. It's only if you don't own it, they won't do it for you. So you have to go out to Abakaliki, and they have a trainer in Abo State, one at Oeso, the one at Iboko and all that. So if you go there, they will prepare your rice like foreign. Sometimes people are supplying, I supply at Gary, remove my bag totally, throw the bag away and put it in rice. When the other day I came to the woman, I asked her, why do you do that? I said, I don't need to speak, because I beg you, this is local rice. You talk, but once I put it in foreign rice, you buy straight. I make more money. So, but if we put it in my bag, you'll be preaching to do my beg, buy. So at the end of the day, he will be pricing it down. But once it's in foreign price, he will just go, buy like that. So this thing, I'm very glad, because if you can come to the extent where what you are selling in the market is graded. So if your product and my product is the same, so we're supposed to sell at the same rate. If you are selling so high, you might be your business. But if you are selling at the same rate, people will buy it. Not that like even if you supply to the market, they will reduce it. You are 10, 20 kg, the market is 16, 50. They'll buy, you in your own office, they'll say, oh boy, you don't know what they're doing. I went to market and I bought it less, and you are selling high. The product produce. So I'm very glad, because this is going to help others. We have gone through a lot in farming. If I don't have the dream, the passion, I suppose I've lose millions from the time I started. Even last time, my 10 hectares burnt to zero. A local chairman came back, he said, no, that was end. So that was end. So then we kept moving. So that's but if like you are sure that the one you are, if you bring it to the market, you'll be able to at least sell at the price others are selling. That's the point. By God's grace, if this thing is, will start being in effect, that I think most of us will enjoy it more than the other person, because he's dealing with us seriously. Thank you.
Good morning to all of us. I have been following up. The problem with us is that even when we agree on what to do, implementation is a problem in this country because of the porosity of policy. You know, if you go to Ghana, sometimes ago, about 3 months, I was in Ghana. If you go there, they will wear this cloth because it's made in Ghana, it's branded in Ghana, and it's sold in Ghana. If we go there, we buy from them and come here and start wearing them. If you go to ShopRite, you will see Ghana-made clothing, and they are graded there. Our problem here is like from what he's saying, that when we get our own make, the one we produce from our farm, we will go ahead and cheat, get somebody's already name, existing name, because we feel it will sell. Cap price, this, that, and then pour our own and seal it, and cheat, and produce as if it's your own, to make money. There's no way we can grow in this type of. I think Ministry of Agriculture has a lot of role to play. When I was growing up, I knew there was this Enugu State Marketing Board. It's situated at a new market, opposite the Secretariat. It's not working again. If we can revive it, you can encourage the farmers. The farmers in the village know about grading before now. Why then do we come to palm wine market? You see this group selling here. You see that group selling here. What are they doing? They have graded it. It's great. And somebody gets obono from the tree, produce obono. At the end of the day, my mother in those days, she will remove those big ones, those fine ones, drop it one side, and will go to the market. So if they already know it, it's just for us to now impact it on them. bring new model to them. Tell them, remove it. Let us be the off-takers. Take it for them and establish a market where these things are sold as it produced from us here. That way, we will improve this area we are looking at. Thank you.
No problem. Well done to all of us. The presentation was fantastic. It's a welcome development. First of all, NABAG has been a big organization before now. Well, I think 7-8 years ago, NABAG has been in existence, doing a lot of exploits by Ijewere at first. Yeah, Ima Ijewere. I know and he knows. We started together that years past with Temi Tokwe then. Am I right? Correct. So what we are saying in effect is when we are doing grading, it starts from the farm, just as they rightly said. But there is something missing now. I'm a farmer. We need to say the truth. And it's only the truth that can save the situation we are facing now. Mentality, first. Let's work on our brain. The major interest 80% of every farmer has now is cash. Money. Money. Let's debunk that in our brain. For me, I believe so much that what you work for makes a better name for you, and that name is the money tomorrow. The cash you are holding today is meaningless tomorrow when the name is not there. But for the fact that we have decided to say we want to make money, that is why all this problem is happening in this country today. I was sharing something with him not too long before he started the presentation. As a matter of fact, Nigeria is now on modern slavery. I always say it. You saw it at the last clip of my speech there. Nigeria is on modern slavery. The day we decide to tell ourselves that the slavery is over, we'll take back our mantle. That's it. Come to think about it. There is no great country in Africa that never leaned on Nigeria to start their bases. You are talking about Ghana. Ghana must go. What does it mean? Ghana was here sometimes. Ghana had to go. Ghana have gone. Ghana is better. Now, in the field of agriculture, you see a farmer like me, instead of making a choice of land by December, the person is looking for land by March. How will you break even? You have found the land by March. You want to do everything possible to cut corners and make it happen. It will not work. You will fail. If you are a farmer, choose your land by December if you must succeed. And that is where it starts. When you choose it and choose it correctly, if you want to farm rice, look for swampy area. If you don't have swampy area and you must farm rice, look for upland rice seed. But if you do it the other way, already the grading has started failing. And when you get it and you plant it as and when due, we have farming calendars. You don't just jump into agriculture. Agriculture has time bound. If you want to farm rice in this part of the world, the whole of Southeast, 5 states, and you did not start by May ending, forget it, you have failed before starting. Do it the normal way by at least doing planting, direct planting or transplanting. Forget it. You have just gone there to waste your resources, trying to claim you want to farm. If it is yam that we are talking about, if you are not made your hips before January, you are not a farmer. All these things have time bound. And this is what we should be teaching our people now, so that they come to realize what we have lost that is leading us to the dungeon we are already heading into. so that we can avert it and come back early enough. Look at the situation happening now. We feel we don't have food. The lands have not traveled as we traveled. Most of us are in US and the rest of it, claiming that they don't want to come back. Well, it's a pity. Serious pity. Because when they will realize, they will see that we have gone so far that they cannot see where we are. Nigeria is so blessed. Everything about us is perfect. God dedicated a lot of time to create and nourish us, but we have lost it, and we need to come back. And in the process of coming back, agric is the only way. Whether you agree or you don't agree, agric is the only way. And come to think about it, the land is everywhere. Very fertile. Most of the land here, we don't even need fertilizer. And the few ones that need fertilizer, we have overstocked it with chemical. Now we go and amend it. The amendment period for us here is simpler because of the nature of our land. But how many of us are ready to amend it so that we get it the right way? Let me tell us one thing. Teaching, workshops, and the rest of it are very good. But do the teaching in the correct manner if you want to get a good result. Teaching from back to front can never give you a good result like teaching from front to back. Start from 1 if you want to learn. Don't learn from 100 because you get lost by the time you reach 50. Please, let's find a way to make sure that all of us seated here, we have families. When you get to your family, tell your children that agriculture is the only way out. White-collar job is no job. If you must do it, have a farm. If you don't have a farm, you are losing it. So many people feel that agriculture is for the poor. It's a bad story for them. Agriculture is for the wealthy. And if you do it with diligence, the sky is a starting point. Look at it. A lawyer may not need me for 1 year, as a farmer that I am. The other people around. But if you are a human being, alive, before every day runs out, 1 meal must come into your... And if you don't do it, you are calling on for a disease, which the farmer will still be out there waiting for you to come so that he still will solve it, because the mushroom is from the farm. They will tell you what it will do, you buy it. So you are still patronizing us. That is what it is. So please, all these crops that we are trying to develop, while we are developing it, let us not lose focus, because I know very well. Those days, my mother used to tell me, even my dad, their own mothers never saw the 4 walls of the classroom, right? Their own grannies never saw such. They lived good and decent life. Cancer was not on the increase then. All these diseases we are talking about, we are not on the increase then. We are buying ourselves diseases every day, and we are proud about it. In terms of brand of bags that we are talking about, let's take it as our own. Let's look and strive about it. It's when you start it, I start it, that it will end. Don't say that some other person will do it. You are to do it and start doing it. Because when you come to buy a bag, like if you buy from me, my rice is angel rice. It's in the market. Then you buy it and you want to do anything with it. If you open it, you will not even have any reason to put it in another bag. Because the standard will push you not to put it in another bag. You even say, let me patronize our own rice. That is one thing that we start first. As a farmer, when you plant the correct seed. Because there is no way you plant grain in the name of seed and you'll be expecting a good output. Impossible. So many people don't even know what they call grain and seed when it comes to planting. So please, it's very, very important for all of us to make sure that we do the right thing at the right time from the farm. Because when we get it right there, we'll get it right till the commodity market activity. And it will make more people to come and do what? Buy our commodities, get Nigeria to where it's supposed to be, where God has put it in place before. Thank you very much.
Okay. We will do a few comments, and then the tea is getting cold. We'll go and take the tea and come back.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. I want to especially this beautiful summit and appreciate this. Please, God bless you. I'm saying God bless you from a passion because I'm telling you that this grading will solve so many problems you are not seeing currently. I want to talk as a farmer. When my friend was talking about I was smiling. I know he has dealt with me several times. And when we want to assume that is the wrong thing, that probably that if you have done it very well, that people will buy your commodity. We are just speaking grammar, we're telling the lies. I have a face of rice, V&V rice. It's the best of, by my grade anyway, I can say it's grade A. But unfortunately, the only place I sell it in CBN. If you leave CBN, nobody can buy it at the price rate. I supply CBN rice seasonally. The only CBN that buys my rice with the package. My highest seller was one woman, I want to call her place. She buys at least nothing less than 100 bags in interval of 2 weeks. But when I visited her place, I stopped selling rice to her. The first thing I observed was she rebags to put in another bag. I told her why. That the bag I gave you is a standard brand. I said, what you are doing on this one? This one is even better. My design is better than this one you're doing. Okay, this one is a little bit slimmer and taller. Allow it the way it is. I'm giving you at a discount rate because I was funded by CBN to farm. Yeah. So my loan was a lower interest than these persons you are selling there. That has no face anywhere in Nigeria. When I got inside the main place, the day she was not around, and I came with a scale because she complained about scaling. I came with my scale to come and scale the one in her own place. So I don't bring a different one to come start saying that you know I invited you, that's why you bought this size. Holy Spirit. They will open your eyes, they will remove 2 painters and seal it. Then the ones that are selling on foreign bags, because your rice is neat, it's sharp, it's long. Yeah, it's beautiful, Shay. You just open it and put it in cap rice. Why are they wasting their time with you, trying to preach you to buy V&V rice? That these people that has big, I don't know about V&V. Everybody knows about cap rice now. They put it in cap rice at least 25 kg. They put it there at 18 kg. And they say without preaching, nobody comes there. Oh, we are sales gear. We are 10 bucks na motor. But don't you let V&V back home na kosigi na nda one day for had the one lesson go run kefa. When cap price, we are 10 bucks na motor. And the cap price is never complete. Personally, when I was very small, I was born. I thank God everybody who is in this room is still in agric in Nigeria. Don't use with passion. Because without passion, you'll be in this field of agric. From my tender age, my mom do poultry farms. That time we used to farm birds we call parent stock. Parent stock farm is one you do for 6 months. Gives you 0 fat because after these 2 months, you allow it to walk around. And you feed less of feed and more of grains and waste food from the house. You share rice, it's for Ibunya. At times we don't even shifo. We cook and put his name and give them. And when it's a large number, we get from the hotels. Their waste rice, we give them. Their waste soup, we give them. They have less fats and real muscles and real meat. But it's only my mom's office people that buys it. If you come to a market, they'll quick find a pudding. You find it difficult. When I opened my own farm, because V&V has a poultry farm, my poultry farm, I tried what I was brought up with. It's not entering the market. I'm losing money. And if you're not here to make business, make profit, what are you doing? You stay at home now. What are you doing? You must make profit. So the Celestine in Enugu is 7 weeks beds you give hotels. That is why, sorry, I don't eat broiler in the hotels. What I supply. I have people I supply to. So I beg. Period you make profit. In 7 weeks, I'm in different people enjoying my life. But in 6 months, I'm still preaching and begging God, will I ever move out this bed from me? So the things are, I plead with you, at times these beautiful things comes, we'll drop them in the comfort zone and speak grammar and go, it ends here. This grading, where it is, a big and wetty of Maganso and Igbo, a big and wetty hinacho, Bonafia, local government, now farmers, at least when we face the same food, we know ourselves, we know where the farmers are. If you don't tell me passion, don't pay me, I'll take you where the farmers are. We know where their farmers, what's it called, groups and farmers, people that has actual farm. I mean, with so many farmers that are wearing AC. When they came everybody, so we go there, you tell them this. And if we can, these policies are good. I don't know when we will ever get it done, because it might take maybe next 4 years to get this done. But if you are budgeting this, it's fine. Please go to the market. Go to the public place. Have in contact with the common people who are bagging these things and selling it. If you have an awareness, first of all, that our own is better. It's just a mindset thing, that our own is better. You can see it, you can vouch for it. You can, if you say you're buying V&V rice, you say you're buying Angel rice, you go to their farm, where their farm is, and look at what they are doing. So let's start with preaching the masses that our own is better, one. And two, let's talk to those who are bagging the rice. And if government will come involved, it will run. Government in the sense that if the ministry says, give them mandate, or maybe a governor creates a foreign door, that goes to the market and check, if you say you're selling rice at 25 kg, they come with their scale. If it's subscale, they take the whole rice to the ministry and share to the poor. You won't see unscaled rice, and the actual cost of the rice will come out. If I go into livestock, what I was trained by Steven to do agri, if I go into livestock, if you go what people used to do in rearing fish, you will cry. I'm PRO, what's it called? Fisherman of Nigeria. When we got a beautiful deal to export fish in large number, the whites were willing to pay off. We bought samples, we lost the deal. We were rushing, we didn't know the importance of, we did packages anyway, it was sharp. We spoke big grammars, we wore our best dress and our best cars. The white men just take the fish to one small thing and came out and tell us that the white will eat it and die. That why we're eating this because the black man have refused to die. Because even if you buy, even the cost of fish in the market, you're buying at 5K, 4K, 6K. If that fish were grown the way it was meant to grow in 6 months, you cannot sell it at that cost. But we use fertilizer waters and put, sorry. Thank you very much.
Yes, the mic will still go around, but I would want to plead, then we'll come back. And let's not lose track of this. Policy, the foundation. If you lay the foundation, then you can build on it. Inside the market, have a foundation before you approach them. They will join you and build it. But what is that foundation? A policy that drives it. Let's go and enjoy our tea break.
Like I said, villagers, not they're separating there. And the point of selling is what the problem is. If they go to there from the farm, will now do the margin. of mixing up those what I love with what I which I started by.
Good day, all. Dr. Mrs. Stella Obidie. I'm the Imo State Coordinator of FACAN. I'm here, the National President of FACAN. Thank you.
For the ones that may not know what is FACAN, can you say it in full?
Okay, FACAN means Federation of Agricultural Commodity Associations, not one, associations of Nigeria. FACAN is the apex body of all agricultural commodity associations in Nigeria. So we have oil palm farmers, cassava farmers, sheep and goats, and so many others, all the value chain under FACAN. And FACAN is being established by federal government. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, madam. Go ahead.
We are back. Good afternoon once more. First, may I appreciate the organizers, initiators for this timely gathering. There's one unique word. They used more than 10 days in a program I attended at Rome. Each day, I hear them say, Africa is the next destination of the world. If that is true, it means that what we are doing here today is very important and should be taken very, very serious. Grading, as we have some of us mentioned, most of our products are already graded. I will differ some more here. The areas we are having challenge is implementations. Farmers are doing their very best, but the off-takers controls the market. I ventured into fish farming because I have a garden and I'm known for fish. I said, let me try it. It was an ugly experience. Yes. I invested heavily and, of course, ended up crying. But one good thing about it, I was inspired to go into full-time farming. And father being a farmer, and he trained us with the proceed of that system. I said, why can't I go to this? The only challenge is the off-taker, who now controls the price of what you produce. If we are grading, we should start from the farmers determining the price. If they start determining the price, then the grading will work. But if they don't determine the price, what do you expect? You will give off-taker 50 kg of rice, and the next day you go back to buy from the same shop. Your bag is removed already. I was saying it's not just them. Oh, cement. When you go to buy cement, you can't get it. What they write there is actual kg of that cement. A bag. If you ask what the name of the bag, go to cement. The natural bag. They are in natural bag. They will leave OP by 5 a.m. to come to New Market here. And one woman will just come by 9 o'clock and be using leg. On an already here, sometimes they will purposely come late to frustrate you. And when they come, you already tensed. They will determine your price. So until we start having farmers, we have different unions, but they are not effective. they are not controlling the price. If the people who grows rice in Enugu here determine rice, they can influence it. But when you are doing your own, another person needs money. We have also too many challenges. It's not just from the farmers. In Ogurugu, there's a land federal government acquired 1974 to build aerodrome. Completed everything. They have runway, they have tarmac and all that. It was abandoned. I'm not talking about the abandonment. What I'm talking about is 10 hectares land fenced. A former minister for agriculture, I should expect him to be an enlightened person. He is. Acquired the place. I'm not concerned about him acquiring the place. My concern, he grew rice there. He have Tara Agro. That Tara Agro, they buy rice in those one. Vijayaba, prepare or offering rice. He couldn't even give Uzowane credit by saying Tara Agro, Uzowane. Tara Agro, Thailand. Something that is produced in Onsoka, produced in Enugu State. Don't we have government? And you know, funny thing, they will move it through Ogurugu rivers to Onitsha, just 20 minutes by water. They are in Onitsha. A waiting container is there waiting. They will put it in the container, bring it back to Enugu here, market garden, no foreign rice. And somebody is saying what? So all what I'm saying, ingredient, farmers need to be encouraged. Government in other Western world, they give them grants, seed money, and so many other encouragement. Like you who lost, if it's in an advanced place, government should have paid off whatever you lost and encourage you with another money to start. It motivates others to go into it. But when you lost, if you're not strong enough, either you suffer stroke or you run away. Find a way to go to any, even if Ghana. So in grading, I were grading just like my dog Kukureba. When you come to OP market, a whole OP market, there are different type of now in the market. Fertilizer. It's already graded. Each one fertilizer, you go by that. Each one shokoko, you go by that. To me, it is grading. You mentioned palm wine, the same OP market. When you come to OP market, uno, I will do like this. Over in the same OPO, Asagran Cabo, Unquachandolo. The other side, Unquachandeg, Undegopi. Then, Undenebeni, Bondongo. So when you come to the market, Ijanendongo, Imanongo inacho. Ijanendepo, Imanepo binacho. Ijanenkendeg inacho. So to me, even farmer, and which go grading on his own. But lack of government implementation of so many Oyibaso is actually causing the problem. So to me, I would say that this is timely. As Africa is next destination of the world, let's work towards that and prepare ourselves to receive the world. Thank you.
Let me highlight some silent, very important things. Opinions. Onyeke just told us. His emphasis was the farmers need to take back their power. And, you know, it's like saying, which wrestler is the biggest one now that all of us know? It's like saying that a child, maybe of 3 years, will fight a professional wrestler. That's the kind of, for you to overcome these obstacles and you're ordinary farmer, you need a proper structure that supports you. You need a government that supports you. See how this thing works. The farmer may not need to fight anybody. Now, if we do it properly, then the weights and measures involved in this will be very clear. You're talking about people rebagging your things. The weight that you bag will be clear. The characteristics of what is contained in a bag will also be clear. Now, this is farmer now knowing the value of what he has. Then, the system, because the system is supposed to create a pricing system where we will agree that 50 kg of rice, grade 1, will be so sustained. Because Association of Rice Dealers can do that part. We have done that. Good. So when we have done that, a farmer has gone to sleep on that. You understand? A farmer can go to sleep when he knows that my grade 1 will cost so in the market. If the association is strong, they will not let it go, no matter what the off-taker do. We will sell at this price, we will sell at that price. That's what. Now, if you know the price and you know your grade, so you know how much money you can make, it gives you opportunity to do financial estimate of your farm even before you farm. The way Madam is now, she was able to say, if I use these seedlings to do my rice, I'm going to generate so number of tons. After processing, I'll have so bags. And these bags will be of so grade. And then by the price you people have agreed, I'm going to get this amount of money. Do you know what this estimate helps to do? It solves a problem which you can't solve now. That's access to finance. Because when you go to bank now and say, I need money to do my farm, bank is not interested in the process. They ask you, what is it worth? And then when you say, I expect to a return of 250 million, they will tell you how, ask you how. If all these parameters are explained, then they know, yes, this is achievable. But the other part that comes into play is that this now, because of the estimate, it can now be easily as loan, both the government loan or commercial loan, because it has a matrix now you can use. The other bigger one, insurance will only insure what they see the value. So this grading, we're not just talking about being able to put a commodity in the market, is to strengthen the entire agricultural process so that you can access funds, so that you can say, farmers always don't know how much they want. They think, is that money in the bank, is their what? No. Your farm and what you have stored, you can estimate them to your what, to your value. So I'm just highlighting this because that's what Onyeka is telling us. But this grading will help us go through that process. So, Madam, you may not have 100 million in your account, but when you look at your farm and the seedlings you have, and look at your plan in place that you use starting December, you know how much you will have at the end of next year. Let's the conversation continue. Okay, you have mic. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Good day, everyone. I believe 90% of people here now know Igbo Ofuma. Thank you very much.
Sophia.
English because I'm a trader, and by God's grace, I have been in the system for 26 years. So, I'm the experience.
Oh, biko. Biko nabatam biko. So during these years, I need to travel in so many parts of this country. This policy, standard grading policy, and Kumaki, can help a lot. Because without that, I need to be sincere to ourselves. Both the farmers, the traders, and the consumers. Sometimes, the consumer will choose the wrong one to the right one. Even if you try to convince the person. Ojo. So make it here with your sincerity. You choose way to be cheating people. King we can meet. We're not sincere. But in government be way control something. Or if Imani had the standard. Because people are confused. Igeje bute ogba like this debe. Nka bo okpokpo maka na maka aka opi. Nka kerekere, nka karu. Ina come na karu be the best. Na igwete kwe nka no dey me any color. Itiego di no obere manu ya pụta clear. Ule chega anya due to price ile normal price. Oje choose the wrong one at the highest price. Umeche ogapota with the assurance ogwage na and ye wabuzo chitipomwe. So government need to help us to all here genyera ya kakeri say our mindset because anya dey corrupted. Anya dey totally corrupted. Unwe na bi ezogu. Igeje to farmer like this. Kidu igoti na rural. Sometimes we measure with plates. Sometimes you buy in bags. Okay. Makanine go na. Then enwe different by different. Abia wanyen na drum man nike. Puru the better one. Ukwase anenu. You bata. You change here. If you no bro he like this. And don't you name like this? Ogwag. Without that, na male pute. Na pata the thing. Erodi he call the thing. So government need to help a lot. I think we can make all this is achieve because we are no longer committed to what we are trying to do. Beacon, the CEO. This achieve this policy can achieve better our society. Everybody is tired. You know, and I ain't tired. I ain't go tired of what we are doing. Thank you very much.
Don't drop the microphone. One thing I know in business, every village is in a north. Even grain and all those things.
Yeah.
How do you can describe in summary how you end up with like 100 bags of beans? You started buying with small pan, small bags, and maybe at the end of the week, as you're coming back with a trailer of beans or a trailer of melon. Can you just describe the process quickly?
Okay. Thank you, sir. Like I said, I travel to different parts of the state in this country. When I Benue State, like Zakibiam, for instance, each go a trailer of beans, and you end up getting 10 bags. Okay, Imahudi and Akbasef. You go by plate. You get ego and ego. So from there, you can now travel to Taraba State.
we go to Gendindorowa, Danecha, and all rest. Then you go Ban, we go to Jos, Nasarawa State, Kaduna. If so, here you can able to gather whatever. Sometimes you last 2 months trying to gather whatever you want to gather. Also, you can buy rice, beans, cowpea, egusi. We even buy pepper. So, time like this. In one place, you can able to achieve 100 bags in a shop.
But how do you how do you come to, because erutezonoli gbeze na na asig na akpanda 87,000 nka 63. How did you segregate it? How did you divide it? Or you buying another process of select separately and bag it? Because I want to relate it with what we're doing. How do you do it?
Thank you, sir.
We have the question.
Okay. Buying the thing, now in a go a grade according to the grade. That's how you buy.
You see what we're saying now?
Yes. So he go a grade by grade. He select he gonna mark here according to the grade. He batabazi he grade he put in, for instance, only go there 50,000 naira. Okay, we can do mark here, and there only 50,000. Ndi abone 45, ndi abone 80. Ibiazia ijikowe hantono mix here together. Under 50-50 DJ. Ibaya iche. Under 45 ibaya iche. Then ibia make mathematics man how to put the price. Okay. I think I've answered your question.
Yes, because I want to ask. Sorry.
Let him ask me a question.
There are 50,000, 70,000, or is that how you determine your grading? Or a point of product for 50,000 naira? Eh?
No, the price not determine the quality.
Or price here not determine the quality?
No. No. Of the grain, according to the quality of the grain. That is determining the price.
Yes.
You look at the quality.
Yes.
Yeah.
Only if the quality something get already cost.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay.
All the variety I got determining the cost.
Finally, sir. Finally. Eh?
Yes. Yes.
No. For instance, if you are buying rice, and I want to buy 444, which is the moderate rice in the market, that can give you any quality you want. You look at the quality first. The monitor rice is rice. If I look at it, I know the quality. Whether it's grade 1 or whatever, any grade.
And again, let me give you another instance. Let me give you another instance. Like egusi.
Okay.
He put egusi like this, don't egusi he put like this. He made an like this. He got man egusi. Na a bag and he bought chai. Open a buy aba. Na mpuri ang weki measure about 50 plates. Then the other one, namba chai no so saya kobo.
Okay.
Na play man was 30 plates.
Okay.
Who got determine the price?
Finally.
Oh, the quality.
Finally. A hareka to a hata rice. Check me. What we not describe? Never nkadoi a winenu. A purun kadago winner.
Yes.
Do you see such a thing?
Yeah, that's what we go to. Yes. Very well. Thank you.
Honorable Commissioner.
You will not go back again. You will not go back.
Honorable Commissioner, this conversation is highlighting the indices in this. Policy, you should know the root. Grading were the characteristics that we grade. And the number one on top was quality. Number two, No, before I better pricing, you talk about the shapes of the grain, uniformity, completeness.
Yes.
The rice, the broken, the complete grain. So it is when you go through this process before now,
price. Yes.
So I hope this addresses Ihona Kawarai. I wanted him to highlight what they do wrong in the market, because those are the things the grading we consider: characteristics, physical characteristics, the ability to retain how much moisture that is remaining, the dryness, the color. Those are grading parameters that will be in the. When you now read this policy letter, you see that there is parameters we want to measure in grading system, and that is why people like him. Another question for him.
Okay, thank you.
Weight. No, you see most of them who highlight the sizes, weight, everything. Okay? Okay. Let's summarize it and go to the next presentation.
By way of summary. Yeah, I'll be brief. I think everybody has spoken, but I want to come from the perspective of our consultant's opening remarks. From the beginning, he said that there are different kinds of standards. Okay, there are private standards, there are group association standards, and there are government standards, including industrial standards. And I want to talk from the perspective of industrial standards. Like, you cannot supply any kind of grains to MBL. They already have their standard, even up to the markets in Mangu, because I did grains too. Even up to the markets in Mangu, they already have standard. They will tell you, one na MBL ne, so na MBL, kokana na NASCO. Do you want the one for MBL or do you want the one for NASCO? They already have, those ones are already there. Okay? So the point I'm trying to make now for us here is that as farmers, we should also come together, because up there, the farmers came together as a body. You cannot bring your products to their warehouse if you're not part of their union. Okay? You cannot bring your products to their warehouse if you're not part of their union. And what do? I'm talking specifically about maize, because that's the one I know. What do? If you want to store your products there, you already know that this is the price as a farmer. This is the price it will cost you to store, to fumigate, for security. And then when you factor in this cost, you add it to the cost of the maize, so that during the time for sale, you know that your 100 bags will go for so amount. So the farmers we have here should also come together, because like they always say, there is power in numbers. If you go alone, you will always be messed up. But if you work with government, for example, probably get a warehouse somewhere, and that is your aggregated warehouse. Every grain coming into Enugu must either pass through a quality control process through that warehouse, so that the people in Owete will not tell you that this is how much you are selling it. And then, again, you can also have intelligence gathering process, so that grains or your products that find their way through the back alley into the market, you know. Okay? Then secondly, sir, there's a small question I want to ask my chairman. Sir, in Enugu, or should I say in the East, when we want to buy things, we buy them through painters, through co-ops, and all sorts of. Please, how did they get to decide that those are the measures? Because I remember you said something about, I don't know whether you're export promotion counselor. So I thought you were weights and measures of federal ministry. I wanted to ask, how did they get those weights and measures that we use to, because in the north, there's something they call mudu. they use moodles. So in the harmonization process, how can we make it so that what we buy, the measure we buy in the East will be the same measure you can get in other parts of the country so that it will be uniform, so to speak. Thank you, sir.
And again, my role here is to point some of the things you're saying to the silent points outside the policy. For example, let me speak on the last. They talked about how did we arrive at the weights and measure. Now, this policy will dwell clearly, it will explain clearly the issue of weights and measures. What are the approved bagging weights? What are instruments of measures? And who calibrates such measures? Of course. So when you see them in that document, those farmers in the village do this. Because at the end of the day, what is written in big picture here, we translate to those moodles and cups. Because it would have been broken down from kg to gram and all that. And then it gets down to one agreeing in principle. Weights and Measure Department of Trade, they comes down to agreeing that moodle, how many moodles forms 50 kg. They have the maths. So that is embedded in the policy. Then the other thing you talked about when you said being able to form groups to drive this. It is very important because see, when you now have a policy and farmers know that this policy will favor us if we unite, then they will see more benefit in coming together. Because this thing will be according to value chain. And what has that done? That means cooperatives of value chain will now have the power to drive and determine the cost of what they do. Today, me and you, we can't play with drivers because they have agreed by themselves, they have strong union, they tell you how much you pay a tanker to drive from here to. They don't care. If you don't pay, that's your business. You can have all the petroleum in the world, but they will tell you how much you pay for their tanker to move from depot to so place. It is unionism. And they're able to do it because they have kind of harmonized their value system. That's part of what we're trying to do, to give that power. You wanted to make... If I live here, okay, you have mic already. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, consultant and distinguished colleague in this workshop. I also thank God because you made it known for us to understand that this workshop is just for us to validate. And that is when we are talking about uniformity, because I've heard a lot of contribution. How do we get that? Number one, many people have responded to that. Farmers in this country, let me say part of this world, they are price takers. The only way for us to go ahead is this group thing. And for us to know that there has been no policy in place like this. Once this policy is in place, it is the policy that is going to drive most of this coming together, seeing that, yes, this is what we can do in order to gain from it. Number two, there's something we have not been looking at. Elsewhere, because I have visited different countries and how they arrange their value chain. Take, for instance, we are making statement that, this grading is not a new thing. Is it also? Even when we went out for the tea break here, I noticed something. When the young man was giving you the meat pie and the banana, when he get to take some banana, some people share. They say, no, don't give me that one. Is it not so? What have you done? Exactly. You graded that very hard banana. Say, no, you don't like that one. You choose one that is very fresh. So that is what we are saying. So what we need to do in this country is this. Let us be focused on the value chain. Take cassava, for instance. Farmers that are onto production should form production and be in association for production. People that are in processing are completely different from people in production. People that are for marketing, whether it's akpu or gari, are completely different. That is the only point that you cannot get this. Let me give you an example. You have just farmed for 1 year or 6 months or 8 months, as the case may be, your cassava is ready. What do? the man or woman goes to the farm, harvests that cassava. She or she now goes to peel, goes to wherever they are processing. The time that he or she would have gone back for production is going. He is now wondering when he goes to the farm, and then he has finished making the gari, goes to the market, and you tell her to keep this gari till next week that the price is not good today. He or she is not going to keep it. One, he will ask you, keeping in the market, she's going to pay money for storekeeping. Is it not so? If she returns it home, she's going to pay money again and bring it back the following day. So please, what we need to help to also see that we streamline into this policy is to make sure that there is a clear demarcation. People should come into production. People, association in what? Processing, and then the marketing. That is what will help to solve this problem. Because as you produce, you are sure that there are people that will take it to process. You have nothing to do with processing. You just go ahead with your production. That is what has been going on. I mentioned so many, that is exactly what we need to do. So I want to suggest that we would have a portion of this policy to be specific on that aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's okay.
Okay. Mike will make your way to you, but before then, Honorable, is it possible for you to hear from others? Maybe you can share some of things together. You can hold the mic. Hold the mic. Okay. I will come to you from your back.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, I would talk in two areas. The major question would be in the part of bagging you mentioned and packaging. But for the first part, I've heard what many persons have said. I would talk basically on mushroom where I stay. I think it's basically important that farmers get to learn the value chain first before they even get into the market space. Because many people just rush, they hear rice is giving money, they rush and they start farming rice. At the end of the day, they are done with farming rice. They don't know the next thing to do. So an off-taker comes and tells you he would take for this price. Because you've poured money, you need to get at least anything goes. Take, for instance, what happened to me some weeks ago. There's a variety of mushroom called Ganoderma lucidium, purely medicinal mushroom. The international market price now is $50 per kg. Here in Nigeria, we sell around 40, 35,000, 30,000 per kg. So an off-taker came to me and was like, he wants to uptake. I would use the highest grade of seed called the mother spawn, and he would take for 4,000 4,000 per kg. I was just laughing. I said, don't worry, keep your money. Because I know if I don't sell it, then I can dry it. When it gets to December, that same commodity would go for up to 70,000 per kg. And the farm I have can do at least 1,000 kg currently. And I was like, why would you want me to sell for 4,000 per kg? Now, for someone who doesn't have that idea, would just say, okay, my farm can do 1,000 kgs. 4,000 would give you at least, say, 400,000, 500,000. And what you use to produce it is not up to 200,000. Okay, you're still making small money. Let's do it. And that is, you can do that two times in 1 month. So I was like, okay, it's important. I was discussing with my friend here yesterday, and I was like, if people want to go into any space, first of all, the first training should be learn the value chain. When you understand the value chain, you are now comfortable on which of this value chain you want to operate in. So it makes this whole problem simple. Now, let me go down to my main question. I am a member of West African Mushroom Growers, and one thing I've observed here in Nigeria, there was an experiment I took, and I went around some hotels, restaurants, and supermarkets. The way we package products in Nigeria is funny. Every product is packaged the same. But in the association, in West African Mushroom Growers platform, the way you package one product is completely different from the way you package the other product. If you take apple to the market, they will just carry nylon, cover it, and keep. apple is wet at that stage you harvested it. It's not dry. The nylon does not give it breathing space, so it's top grade, but it stays in the shelf for 1 week, it starts spoiling. There's something some of my friends outside the country are doing. They are turning sugarcane peel to getting a packaging, biodegradable packaging substance. It comes out the same way as your normal nylon, but it's biodegradable, and it gives your product breathing space. So you can have your fresh product in there, and it stays for a longer time because of it can remove moisture over time, and the product is still there. But here in Nigeria, now my question is, in this area of bag production, is there a way we can modernize or look into not making the bags for every product, but determine this kind of product, this is the kind of bagging that should go for this, so that we don't get bags and people still lost at the end of the day?
This is interesting. And in fact, if I didn't learn anything for my private consumption, is the fact that there's money in mushroom. That is the one. Secondly, I need to understand the value chain. And I'm sure this guy is going to be very successful. Now, I think what you spoke about your mushrooms is applicable to every other value chain. You must learn that value chain. On the bagging, what we call it is a bagging and marking system. It's a whole system. Now, in policy, you just make some few high-ended statements that guides the entire concept. Now, on bagging, there will be requirements for bagging and labeling. Specifically, the bagging will recognize the variations of products and their peculiar needs. Now, it will be such that it will also be in consonant with our current understanding of our environment and the impact of bagging in our society. I was with some people yesterday, and I said if I was to be announced as Minister for Environment, you were there yesterday. I said the first thing I would do first 1 week is to ban polythene bag in the country. And I would do it, I stand by it like Tinubu did for subsidy. You know, so for sure you're going to get part of the policy that says every bargain for every value chain must recognize the sensitivity of the product of that value chain. It must also recognize the need for, shelf life, biodegradability of the bags. You know, there will be requirement. It may not be drawn for you, mushroom, but we will let the mushroom dealers or association to say, this is the kind of, out of experience, the bag we need. And then that will become a standard for your bag. And someone who is smart will run with the business and be producing mushroom bags. Someone who is smart will run with the business of producing cassava flour bags that is compatible with that. And let me also support you. Cassava is, waste from cassava is used to produce biopolymer bags. Yes, it is the in thing now in most countries. Yeah. So that bags, I'm telling you, Barbados is saying they want to come to Nigeria during our conference in October. I will share the flyers. One company there is producing the bags that every shopping mall is using in Barbados from cassava waste. So there's a lot we can do together. Madam, maybe you can add more, but let it be brief. Let two other people talk. We'll close this session.
Okay, to be better than we. Well, what I'm talking about basically is like a solution, sort of, because I think we have to add to the policy.
I also need more feedback, right?
Because farmers, if they should go into contract farming, all these issues will come down. Because in contract farming, I've not gotten into the farm yet. You understand? You are with your money, you come to me. I want you to farm rice for me. I know that this particular hectare will give us 8 tons. This is the money you're supposed to run it with. Now, I will ask you, how much will you buy? Yeah, we are fixing price before going to the farm. Now, the seed that we use will be a seed that will be prone to giving 8 tons for that hectare. So that you give me all the required funding, I'll go into the farm, I'll produce, then you come to the farm gate and pick your product. This will help a lot in grading. It will help a lot in pricing. It will help a lot in all this, because it will help you to do all these things we have mapped out now. Because in it, the money he's giving you is the loan, sort of, which is payable with the product that comes out. Then insurance will equally be there to cover up so that whatever comes out of it in the course of climate issues will fully be covered. And with that, it then follows that commodity associations will be single, as somebody said. He said so. If, for instance, sorry to use that scenario, but we have to use it. FACAN says we are the association. FACAN have cassava. It has wheat. It has, name it. It will not work very well. You understand? Yeah. But if it is just as we said now, value chain specific, the contractor will now be rest assured that what I'll be seeing is these people who are working this way with me. So with that, all these issues will be 50% solved. And we have started it already. And I believe that others will follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma. Let me go to the back. I'm coming to Ekene. Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. I want to start by appreciating the consultant and my fellow colleagues that are here present. The area I want to basically emphasize based on the rice marketing, because all the speakers speak very well, and the last speaker made mention about the bags. Now, I am a farmer. I produce rice. And for the fact that it's me that produce that rice, I know the expenses I run in the cost of producing that rice. Then when I bring it out to a particular place called business center or where you market your rice, you see that that is why it's very necessary all the value chain will have a formidable union that organize it. Otherwise, this thing that is going on will keep on affecting the farmers, because some farmers want to maintain their integrity. Let's, for example, now, my company now produce 50 kg a bag of rice. And now say, this 50 kg will now be sold at the rate of this. You see, an off-taker will now go somewhere and print your own bag without your knowledge and put 40 kg
want you to speak live. Wait a minute. It's our live.
Be sitting down with fellow farmers discussing real issues. As against what we see in the past, they will call meetings like this, and you get people who don't even understand the real farming and the challenges get to sit with you. You know, so by the end of the meeting, you realize that the major reason for the meeting was not achieved. So this is about the first. I am sitting down, I'm listening to fellow farmers, real practitioners, real stakeholders discussing the issues and providing solution. You know, but I have an observation to make, which I think, I'm not sure, you know, the next level from here, but I know there will be subsequent meetings. I think we need to have government representatives sitting down in these meetings, listening to all of these issues, and you know, being able to also factor some of our discussion into their plans. Probably this is a Southeast zonal meeting. I was expecting I will see somebody from Imo State government, Abia State government. The Commissioner for Agriculture came in and left, you know, so that what we are discussing, there will be a government part, a role they will play, because we cannot just discuss all of this. Government should be able to play a key role, probably in providing structural, design platform for what we're saying. So I think government should actually get involved and play their key role, so that some of these things we are discussing can actually see the light of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ekene. I think that's a valid point, and I'll give it to the Commissioner. Let me explain a little bit about this. What you have now is a draft document I've gone through consultations. And what we're doing right now is hearing from private sector. You understand? And this, after this journey, is going back to the government again, either through Ministry of Agri and all that processes. So government, at this point now, we don't even want government to drive what you say inside the document. But government is part of the original, this is a draft we have now. Because the initial consultative forum, I think Friday we were there, was there, Minister of Agri was there, Trade and Industry, everyone, NEPC, everyone that mattered at that point. And this document has gone this circulation in most of the ministries. Now, on the Southeast, this validation now, you know, it would be difficult, and our people, until we change this attitude, you invite people to come and take part in structuring a policy. They see it as, so some of you are here, you need to know that there are people who were invited and we say, how much money are you going to be paying? Yes. Exactly. So if I'm inviting you to shape your future, and somebody in America gave you money to discuss your future, huh? The food me and you eat and where we sleep is paid by Americans, and then you are now asking, how much am I going to give you to go back home? It brings the question of whether we really want to help ourselves. We actually, like I always say, we actually don't need these people to fund things we do for ourselves. But since we seem not to have, I say seem because we have them. Since we seem not to have, we should also try as much as possible to, where we can, join the conversation, even at our own expenses. So there were people who were invited far from other states, and they would say, if there is no DSA that you pay me when I come, I won't come. And it's frustrating. You know, it's very, very frustrating. And in other countries, when they want to write standard or they want to develop policy, actually associations lobby to be there because they want to influence the outcome of that policy. You understand? In fact, some of them will want to fund it. You okay? You'll be restricted. No, you cannot be more than 2 in that committee. But our own people want to be paid to write standard. The SON, when you hear them complain, you call people to come and write standard for this. Me and you will use it too, but people want to be paid to sit to write the standard. Anyway, so your points are taking a care. Our government is going to be deeply involved. And now, having seen it all in the last 4 years, and all of that, your life in farming and every other thing. Can you speak? Before him. Honorable, are you being overruled by Fakan?
I'm under Fakan.
You're under Fakan? Okay. 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 All right, Fakan, you have the floor.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Yes, I will say that I'm glad to see everybody here. The value chain actors. You are indeed the actors. You are welcome. Yes, what I want to say is about government and the farmers. Government have their programs. Farmers also have their programs. But issue there is implementation. Nigeria Export Promotion Council is there, Abi. SMIDAN are there. NISAL, and so many other organizations that federal government have mapped out to help farmers. We have our FAN, we have FACAN, and the Commerce and Industry, Chamber of Commerce, NASI, and so many others that are there to act for us or on behalf of the farmers. But the problem there is that our farmers don't normally agree to work together. For instance, SMIDAN, sometime last year, did a training for farmers, fish farmers, poultry farmers, and so many other farmers. After that, they gave them smoking kiln or oven, and they gave it to them cooperative by cooperative. So they're expected to come together and use it as a cooperative. You see one person will say, I'm the president of the cooperative. He will drag it home, and they will start using it as his own personal thing. And the issue is that he will not even use it, he will sell it. Then the real farmers that want to make good use of the program, the processing oven will not have access to it. So I want us to look into that and see what we can do. I support the program of GES, Growth Enhancement Support, where federal government give things, whatever I want to give should go direct to the farmer. Yes, but every farmer should get what that is entitled to be given to you. When we talk about value chain, we have growers, processors, marketers, exporters, transporters, that are all there in the value chain. And why federal government made it to be so, industry, trade, and investment, is for ease of business. Once it's finished and the processors will take it up, then the marketers are there already. The input suppliers are there waiting for the farmers to come and take their input. So I would say that the policy is already on, is there, but the implementation or harmonization of the policy is what we need. So federal government is helping farmers. Right now in Imo State, where I came from, we are doing data collection of farmers. We are doing it commodity by commodity. You can see our industry will call me, heads will call me, I'll be responding to their request. They are all mandated to submit the list of their members, commodity by commodity, value chain by value chain. If you're a grower, you indicate that you're a grower. If you're a processor, you indicate. Because they want to share the 5 billion naira agri grant and that is being per state. You know, every state has 5 billion naira. So they're giving it to each state. And they also have a program to be given farmers. They have started it in 5 states, where we are sending data, farmers' data to federal government for them to give them like greens, rice, maize, herbicide, and other things. So the programs are on. So government is trying, they're trying their best, but sometimes people that will coordinate the program are not there. They don't reach them. Cocoa farmers in Imo State, they gave them cocoa. Orange farmers, they used to call me, Fakan coordinator, come. We'll give them budded oranges. Plantain, they will call me, we'll call them and give them plantain suckers. They will say, oh, cassava, harvest plus. That time they started. They will load and come. We'll call cassava farmers. Anyone that came, you just call the value chain. You say, cassava growers come. You just give them, they will go and share it among themselves. And cassava growers, they have their producers and they have processors. But one thing that makes it different from what others are doing is that their packaging is always wonderful. When you see their package, you see one cassava that is not up to 2 kg. Somebody will tell you, I'm selling it 2,000 naira. And he will start telling you what is cassava. You believe him, but it's just packaging. So packaging has a lot of impact in the business. So if you are talking about grading, you must not overlook packaging. So packaging is very, very important. And we'll have what we call post-harvest training. We have been training people on how to process your own commodity. Not when I harvest my cocoyam, for instance, and the market, if I go to the market, they're pricing me 1 naira. I don't need to waste my money. I have to peel it, dry it, and grind it and package it. The local market, you can sell it. So we need to teach them how to do all these things while waiting for the big takers to come. Thank you very much.
Question for Fakan. Just for sake of our meeting, now we're discussing grading system for different value chain. You're sitting on the round table where value chain are around you. This one cassava, this one cashew, this one this. In your own opinion, do you think this grading will add value to the effort of commodity dealers on value chain to grade commodity, grade by grade, grade 1, grade 2? Will it be something when FACAN membership hear that, yes, so there is a policy that's going to support grading, there's policy that's going to introduce uniform the bagging system, something that will support punishing people who play tricks on this value? Do you think the association will riot or they will like it? They will riot, Abi?
Yes, FACAN is ready to work with you. FACAN is ready to members. FACAN is ready to fight for their members. Yes. So the Agri Board is already working on it. They're working on all these grading, all these buyers that go to farm gates. They will see cocoa. They will know that this cocoa is supposed to be sold at 10,000. They will just naira. So they are fighting to make sure that all these international bodies go to Akure and other cocoa producing states and the farmers. So making all the policies to those practices from them. Then coming to, you know, I'm a farmer and food supplier. If I want to establish farm for you, I will ask you 2 questions. Do you want organic farming or inorganic farming? You will tell me, I want organic farming. I will tell you, okay, for me to start with you, NIMPK and the MPK, organic. This is ordinary inorganic fertilizer, 10 urea, this is the cost. Choose, because that's where we'll start. Then we'll choose our input. Or you want our local input. If you say you want local input, fertilizer to yield hybrid. Depends on how you produce it. So the grading starts from production, start from the input, and also ends at the packaging. So we are ready.
At least I hear that you will support that process. Commissioner can now have and tell us going organic or we're going inorganic. But by the way, the organic is more expensive, and if you brand it well, you make double with farming organic.
And why is
because it's safer.
It's safer. More Thank you. Thank you. The consultant, I thank you once more. Very much joy because to react to his and you have to wait. So contributions have equal say. You mentioned people being in production, testing, and marketing. And in our we have other services. We had a problem in Enugu State at a point when we did commercial agriculture, and had farmers that were sponsored to produce rice as producers for an off-take. They went into production, did the production. At the point of harvesting and we had an issue. The place they had the production was a producing area. We have producers there, we have marketers. We find out that about 80 to 90% of producers will want to process. Meanwhile, it was a contract farming. Why would they do that? To make their money, increase their revenue. See a producer contracting a process for me. And at the point of processing, he will be giving some help anyway, or will be charged. After processing, he goes to the market, sells the rice, gives the man the money. So the off-taker that entered had a problem of take. It happened, we saw it. I witnessed it, and I brokered when there was problem. You understand? So this idea of separating producers, processors, marketers is a very nice idea, but it can happen in an organized environment. And that's why I prophesied, as you know, farm estates. Under farm estates, enough of housing estates. Go to the farm and do farm estates. You can contract farming, a agreement with group of that plant cucumber. It's only cucumber we want to farm. Based on the soil test and whatever analysis we have done with that estate, you know what grows better there. You take cucumber farmers to that farm. That's 200 hectares. You are the cucumber farmer, you take 1 hectare. That's where government will now come in seriously, because they will put necessary things. At the end, when these farmers produce what they are producing, they are selling at the farm gate. His product, because you have uniformity in farming, every farmer brings his product to the farm gate. It's monitored and sold to the off-taker. Who goes away? So there must be monitoring. If you want to leave it open, you will fall into problem. If those people are not monitored to sell at that farm gate, you see some taking the cucumber they've produced to the market, another market. They feel they can get more money. Maybe at the end of the day, they will even lose, but they don't care. So monitoring. What is in there? The government or individuals even who can open farmers, they'll be recouping little by little, because those farmers must be and be paid for other inputs being supplied to them. But there's I saw, in fact, it's even of the state that will go into farmers' states. So I pray we'll carry it out. It was this farmers' state that gave us from the late Dr. Emma Yokpara. For instance, in Enugu State, we have other rice, cashew plantation, palm plantation. Those estates were just developed for that purpose and be monitored. And it even gives you a better way of grading what you have brought from the farm. There are monitors there, people that will monitor whatever you apply, whatever as your nutrient, fertilizer, organic, at the right time. The inputs are available to you as a farmer to pick it at the right time. So that's in grading. And so in what we are talking about here is commercial agriculture. I hope we know that. So if you are talking about commercial agriculture, we're not talking about 1 hectare, 2 hectares, 3 hectares, 4 hectares. No. Under subsistence, these are things that where farmers own individual lands here and there. It makes our agriculture, it is so clumsy that we cannot actually get what we are looking for from that. Because we are dealing with smallholder farmers. No, I'm coming. Smallholder farmers can have appendages. I'm coming. Yes, you must cluster them. Yes, they can be clustered at their own different farms. But you must have a central coordination. Monitoring is the end. You believe with me, monitoring subsistence you more, whatever. But it is doable. It's something we can do. The establishment of farm estates will help us a lot. I'm coming. That's why what we are talking about is commercial agriculture, where government comes in. But 5,000 hectares that are the rice. About 1,500 developed for irrigation. It becomes easier for you to get into a rice farm. See all the farmers that are farming here, they all gather together. Your fertilizer warehouse is already loaded with fertilizer, inorganic or organic. At the point of a fertilizer application, you go there, pick your own, apply it. Within a period of 1 or 2 weeks, everybody have applied fertilizer. Yes. Beautiful. Beautiful. Machine would have done for you. You are using 4 machines to do because of the nature of the land. We are saying the same thing. Only that we take more time and more little money monitoring for you to get it done. So that's what I'm saying. You must not have it all. What consultant, because government needs to come in. If we want to get things working in agriculture, government must come in. I tell you, people wake up to say in Enugu State we don't have land. I tell them it's a lie. I started farming as a young man, and fortunately I found myself in the Ministry of Agriculture. Before then, we were meeting as farmers. We are saying the things the way we're supposed to be. We are denied this, we are denied that. When I got to the mantle, I said yes. Now, today, Ekene here is farming at land. Do you understand what I'm saying? I didn't charge him 1 kobo. I asked him, go into that land, develop it, and use it to farm, so that people will see that young people. If he has to a level, he needs support. That's what we are saying. So, government in Enugu State, we have close to all the communities in Enugu State gave the state land for agricultural development. One gave less hectares. Are you hearing what I'm saying? I'm not acquired. The community can invade you anytime. The government needs to do all the needful. Close it, develop the land, and ask farmers to eat. In your own case, you got land, you hired the land from and got it. Is it supposed to be so? The best way to encourage young men to be in agriculture, I'm giving you a hectare, I'm giving you 1 hectare, monitor them. That's why you have extension agents. So, my brother consultant, it's not easy. And I've been there. I know where it pinches us. But we can get it right. It's not a rocket science. We can get it right. If one individual can be developing 200 acres of land, farm, government can develop more and more.
Commissioner, I'm interested in this issue of formalizing dedicated lands. So it's something we will need to pursue further for policy and specifically for our dear Enugu State.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know if you've submitted, but I think
in submission, okay. Somebody mentioned about paper bags. That's a nylon or whatever. I was in Kenya and saw that going to go back to Nigeria. If such idea comes here, these are things that you throw it as degradable. Is it not true? If we can put it as a policy and follow it up, because once it becomes a policy, Jenga, Ofonye Jenga, Madnabo Jenga, So I want to submit by saying that what we are doing is not appropriate, and we can do it. I believe we can. Yes. Thank you.
I think we took time to analyze this. William, when we come back from lunch, because I don't want us to and leave it halfway. When we go, you farmer now. When we come back from lunch, he's not going to keep us, and I won't want to keep you long. So what he will do for us is to summarize the sections of this policy, highlight behind each of the sections of the policy, and then we'll go back like and came for go back to your room or go back to the garden, or you can go wherever as well and read the policy paper. Then tomorrow we can now make effective contribution because we have laid the foundation, we have discussed it, and by do have highlighted each sections of the policy. So even if you never read it, because I started sharing it as soon as we created the group, but people read the research, so you may not have read it. So when you read this, you're able to understand what is already there, then that's why I now need you to thoughts. Then we need it all back so that we can so that you can inform improvement we need to do on the document. And, I'm sure he will speak to it, but towards the end of the document we have not talked of penalties because that is a legal thing. We have the process now break those down, but we are going to make suggestions on the impact of such practices. That is why we're discussing this. When the economic value, somebody a bag of rice in a trailer load of rice, then they can decide whether to jail somebody for 10 years or 5 years. So it's our role to the crimes. It is their responsibility to put what the penalty is. So, see, Biko, it could be just what me and you are thinking now for to commodities. No, we are laying foundation for tomorrow's agricultural business. I think we'll end our lunch. Obro na watch you can commissioners Raira Shigreka. So we'll eat well. Ekede, I'm so proud of you. You see why I called you up in the night? Commissioner didn't to me about you. I've always known you agriculture is leadership, engagement, your he will be posted in the farm, doing farm work and harvesting. In some cases where they invaded your farm with, is it cow or I saw it. I used it in a presentation. And so you know that people, when you're working, people are watching. And this is I think this is the first time we're meeting face to face. We have always been friends. And so that encouragement is whatever you're doing, keep doing it well. I've done it for 20-something years or a bit since 16. I don't know how old are you? Don't tell us your age.
I'm talking to you.
So you have done it for 31 years. Okay, so on that note, let's have a break, lunch and come back with for us. Thank you and God bless. lunch break. Williams, easy. Hope you this job is guide us to of each segment is saying. WhatsApp. If you're not in that WhatsApp group, let me know. We add you and reshare it again. But the document is there. The presentation will just highlight each section of that document. There is no immediate question. We want to release everybody to find time to read through the document, notes for yourself. If you want to submit directly, you can do it on the WhatsApp, or you can send it to me directly. But we all need to make comments. This discussion we're having since morning is what will shape this document. On this note, let me invite my brother, Mr. Williams. Funny enough, when I met him first in Abuja, because of his, I thought he was from Enugu State. Okay. Felt that he's an Ezagu man, but later I realized that he's our brother from Imo State, but we worked very close. And as he said, as the director of EPC, of the today that national market today in international market that had to go through facilitation and processing through it was his vision. So many was more like sesame seeds, hot cake, where that value chain were developed during his time, and I think that is not that is why we're not surprised that he's working with. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to commend you for this wonderful policy that you have designed. Like I said, that you never know what we did. When we went through the policy, or page 1 to the end, I discovered that I said, this is what I do every day as a director in the product development department. This is what I do every day, but I never see it in booklet. So everything, every chapter, every page I read is something I'm familiar with in the field. Because I'm okay. More importantly, the fact that what is to do is our neighbors. If you surprise you, is graded based on, it could be on size, it could be on color, on okay, so for West Africa, that Benin Republic should expect more in the foreign exchange than Nigeria. So one other was a ton of cashew from will make about $1,900. Why Nigeria could be around $1,500? You begin to ask why. Because in the Benin Republic, there's a structure. That structure says that before a farmer, in fact, he's not selling cashew until a certain day, the government open up everybody. So what to call premature. Okay? Again, there is a structure that says you will feel the farmers who are into cooperatives. So, and they each grade everything I've explained to them. So that's a structure, and that's what international importers are looking at. Is a structure. If you don't have a structure, that's why somebody can still say for you, half of it is sand, half of it is product. Just like somebody said. So it's because of that. That's the problem. We lose money. In Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana, they are selling standardized because there's a commodity board in those two countries that govern the governance
I mean, the product. So the value chain. In Côte d'Ivoire, I can't just go there and say, I want to buy cocoa. No, you must belong to, to the society. Okay, so that government structure. Okay. My boy. So what I'm trying to say is that in Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire, they have, so that's why they are $3,000 per metric ton, while our own will be discounted. In the international market, there's what we call premium, and they trust origin. They call it origin. That place, that product gets premium from if it's that from origin. But if from say the structure is not good enough, they will get a discount. So you might present, but they will discount it. Okay, so most of Nigerian products are discounted because of. So that's why this grading is very close. Like I said, the consultant for the good work he has done to be able to bring it to pass. So look, this is how the structure. The policy is broken down to 8 key parts. We are now looking at the comprehensive policy, how it's packaged. It's broken into 8 chapters, chapter 1 to 8. Each chapter is divided into parts of that particular policy, part of the policy. Each chapter is focused on specific part. Completion is expected to be about 75 pages. Okay? There will also be a separate document. The next chapter. Chapter 1. Our journey to commodity grading. Why? How and what to do. So here we're looking at the vision and the objective. The next, go to the next slide. Okay. Here, rationale for this policy. As most of us have explained, there's a need for it. Status of the commodity trading, free continental trading, grading. Because once we get, I want to talk about this, the importance of grading in African under the AFTA trade framework. Now, if we are selling maybe sesame seeds or say coffee, or coffee is sold in Côte d'Ivoire. Coffee is sold in Kenya. Now, these areas they have grading. You can't enter Kenya to trade tea or coffee. You must belong to, to the structure. You must be in that structure, that value chain, and you must be recognized. So you can't just go there. So they must have got a grading system that is super. So if we don't have similar thing, we can't trade there. We can't go there. We can't, because our product will just be thrown away. The aim of the policy, the visions, the objectives, the drivers are contained in this. When we read the document, we have to get this thing better. Okay? Sorting, grading, aggregation, this is key to whatever you are talking, what you are sorting. Because I remember when I was in NAPC, this thing is in my head. When we was like, you see the yam, it's everywhere on the floor. You go to tomato side, what you see, everything is on the basket. Some are just off, tomatoes are black, some are white. I was so annoyed. So I came up with a booklet on sorting, and packaging, which is as a book. So it's very important. That's actually where it starts. Even though, I quite agree with what I say. Importantly is that when after harvested, you must sort, grade, very grade. The fresh one, the freshest one side, the not too fresh, the ones you can use domestically or sell domestically is there. So that's what is very so that you can able to get the product to the market. Uniformity, quality, and all that, very, very important. The next. Chapter 2 of the policy talks about governance structure. Because somebody has to implement this. It's going to be government or private sector driven. So if it's going to be private sector driven, administration, that means how it's going to be commodity boards in Côte d'Ivoire, in Ghana for cocoa. Okay? In Tanzania, we have what to call the cashew board. Now, here, how is going to manage? Or that's on court administration. Then, of course, inspection and grading, which is key. In chapter 1 or 2 of the where you talk of the definition of what is inspection and grading. So the system or the structure or the framework for inspection and grading should be is component of this governance structure. We're talking of sampling and analysis. Very, very important. Most of the samplings we do in this country, sometimes we go out of this country to go and do sampling. For example, your customer in America say, not sample. You say go to Ghana. For him to trust your product, you say go to Ghana and do the sampling. So that's how bad it is. Say SON to go to SON lab or NAFDAC to go and do the analysis. No structure. Because if there's a structure like this, they can, rely on a result that is not doubtable. Okay, so it's important we have sampling and analysis part of the structure, so that we can have what we call the common level to operate. Of course, we know about measures. Somebody was talking about weight and measures. Okay, very important. In Enugu, I think a standard organization have a school for metrology, which I remember a lot of time they are talking about it. So that means that if it's 1 mudu or whatever the cigarette cup of what you are using, it should be standardized. Okay, or if you say 50 bags of rice, 50 bags of rice, the 50 bag must be 50 bag. Whether if it's 1 mudu, that mudu should be the same, not have 2 mudu. If you know that mudu, if you know you want to play something, you can take the other mudu. So that's what we do. So please, it's important we do the proper perspective. And bags and baggages. I think somebody asked a question about the bags and packaging. It's part of the system. Okay. You get all the unfortunately, when use it, they bring it to Nigeria for us to use. And they use the bag for cocoa. And that should they write it produce of Ghana. Produce of Ghana. Because it's already standardized for that market. Because they don't have anyone to produce for them. They can a Ghana bag and use EF to produce cocoa, which is very, very wrong. Very, very wrong. It's not even annoying. It's annoying. It's annoying because, it's so terrible. And it is. But what we are doing is that local people, because they don't have no alternative. The people who are supposed to give them the information and lead them are not giving them. Like, will you go and what is back he sees is what he buys. Actually, it was in cashew nut. So I saw these things. I saw it. I had it for where I was project, and it was I saw all those people selling cashew nut. They were using this bags, produce of Ghana. I said, what is the name of this? So I went to ask them. I said, this is how somebody supplies to them. So they for their product. I'm not giving. I cannot blame. So that's why the packages must also be standardized. Everything must be standardized. Everything must be standardized. Look at the bottles within your front. Standardization. Not this one be like this one be, So it must be same size. Net weight, 60 kg or 60 whatever it is. So it's the same. Okay, so that's what it is. Your mushroom must be standardized. Whatever packaging. Okay, it's key. It's key in packaging. Packaging. Remember the function of packaging, protection. The product. Of course, the artistics to make sure that whatever it containing of the information side and the weight is very important. Another important part of this governance structure is certification, which incidentally that's why we're the area of expertise of our consultant. Certification. Certification is actually saying that must be certified by a third body or a third party, but third party is more important. Or what I call mandatory or non-mandatory. Confirmed by NAFDAC. Okay. But if you want to go outside this country, nobody knows NAFDAC. You must look for certification that will match the of ISO 9015. Okay? I also. You can talk of, for example, if it's a Muslim country, you can say is produced in accordance with the halal system. You know, if it's Israelite Jewish religion, you can say it's kosher certification, meaning that it's confirmed with. So, for certified organic, oh, I'm using my food, I'm not using fertilizer. So, but you can't just say because I'm not using fertilizer. No, it's not by default. You must get a third-party certification to certify the process. You are not pursuing your land with you must go through the process before the certification. That's organic certification. Okay, if you are doing processing, you must HACCP. Okay, you must do under that principle. It's basic. For example, I have some, I think one or two, maybe in the Anambra, in the Enugu State, I get one or two companies I certified when I was the director, you know, because I made sure that, look, at a point, it was so expensive, but it's very important you have certification. So I told my people, look, we must be able to pay for cities people. So what we do, every quarter of the year, we take some companies who cannot afford it, we pay for them to get certification. If it's halal, if you are going to US, get FDA for you, so that you can able, and that's, since I left, it's also gone ongoing. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. That is, yes, there are. Certification, but let us see what you do. Okay, sir. Yes. Certification. Yes. Yeah.
So
there are many.
How many?
Yes.
How about our beer product?
Beer.
Yes. The content of the beer we drink.
Yes.
You see, we are talking about segregation, validation of our product. We are looking at the product that we produce in the farm, because that is the main reason why we're here.
Yeah.
But how can we reach out to other areas of concern that will make us in Nigeria?
Okay.
Certified Nigerian, so that will not be corruption everywhere. Because there are things we consume that is not certified, but we're consuming it every day.
Yeah.
You know?
So give an example. Give an example.
I'm talking about the beer.
Beer.
Yeah,
no, the beer. You can't say beer is not certified.
No, hold on now. Hold on.
Okay.
The beer will. Thank you. The stout will take care.
The stout.
The stout, even star.
Okay.
That will take care. It's not the same thing we take in Cameroon.
Okay, let me come there. That's why I said there's what to call national certification.
Yes.
Carried by NAFDAC or SON. Okay. The beer you are taking is already certified by SON for local market. It's not meant for export. It's not meant for export. Yes. Okay.
If it's not meant for export, look at Nigeria, I will count. What should we use the word I don't meant for?
No, I'm just.
When you say it's not meant for export, I'm giving it a grade. It is meant
for Nigerian use.
Cannot pass international.
Yes. But let me tell you. Beer you're drinking, I don't know whether it's start. ISO 9015 certification. The one you are drinking, find out. MPA all must have got 2015. Yes, sir. They are all certified. All Nigerian breweries, all their products are certified by the international ISO certification. Yes, sir.
I think they love you to get it certified because of our culture.
How?
The content of the drink.
Yes.
I said a bit about this. If you ferment this sorghum
yes.
for a while, for 30 days, it will bring a harder content.
Of course.
When brewed.
Okay.
But if we don't have patience, so we'll do it for 15 days and harvest. And really, so the content what is producing will not be as good as that other one.
Okay.
I went to Unko last week to buy a wine. All right? I bought half gallon of palm wine at 50,000.
Okay.
Half gallon. Yourself. I still bought another 2 gallons at 50,000.
Okay.
I use that half
to mix the other one.
A spoon and what you want to take. You bring all the content,
Okay.
you know? So, yes, what I'm saying is that you upgraded Nigeria and Makayini, we are too low. And that's the thing we will know, it's possible to get the right thing.
Exactly. But that's the truth.
Go to China.
That's true.
Use this cloth. This man knows that it's a foreign product.
Yes.
People cannot use anything less quality. In Nigeria, will go there, I know now. People this one. In fact, in China will say this one is 12,000.
Yes.
This one, if you want $10,000, we'll have to do something. But
Yes.
you look like the same thing.
Exactly. No, it's true. You are right. There are people undercut, but in international marketing or international this certification is. That's why again certification also has to be accredited. That's why accreditation comes in, and that's where our consultant comes in. For example, sometimes I ask people, when you go to hospital to do your malaria test, the lab where they do these things, if they are not accredited by the NINAS or any other international organization, their products, their procedure might be faulty. You might be faulty, they be malaria, because there's what they call the calibration will be wrong. Calibration can be wrong. The person doing it might be out of annoyance, or maybe come from the house, or the wife or the husband they have problem at home. Just come back and start reading rubbish for you, and before you know it, he tell you what you don't have. That's why some of these they say person have HIV, only to go back and before the man knows that it's opposite of he doesn't have HIV. The man have died because of think. Yes, no SOP exactly. They don't follow that. So that's why the certification must also be backed up by accreditation. So each person giving any certificate, even NAFDAC, even SON, they must undertake accreditation. So they can be benchmarked, because benchmark every organization that are giving certification to, and that's where NINAS comes in. I mean, many of you don't know what NINAS are doing. NINAS is benchmarking all these internet people giving certification, whichever, then all the apps, that's what they are doing. So it's very key and it's very important for what we are doing. So any person who says doing this must also submit itself to international benchmark through accreditation. So another part of the structure is the regulatory environment. In other words, just like saying there must be regulatory, we must, for example, SON regulations, you must follow it, produce whatever, there must be regulation. The problem we're having with rice today, because I don't know, apart from Minister of Agri, is there any regulation for rice? Sir, I just want to know from you. Rice production, if you are processing, which requirement are you in terms of if in China, they have grades, when in rice for Thailand, for example, Thailand and Vietnam, where I've gone to, they have grades for rice, they have grades different types. And so, which certification, which regulatory requirement when you are processing your rice? What do you?
There are processes.
Okay.
There are processes of doing these things. For instance, in the ministry, we have the technical people that teach farmers, processors on what to do. But the real problem is these methods are very crude. Some of them are very crude. For instance, somebody to parboil 15 bags, or at least 10 bags. The equipment you are giving him to use, that of Nkam, when they came to teach the people. You are using a bottom force bottom that one bag. For how long will the person do it to get up to 10 bags? I said, can't you do something bigger than this? Can't you do something bigger than this? Because the local way we do it, we can take one drum for 10 bags once, and we'll come out giving a grade 1 rice. Because what we call grade 1 is one that comes out white. Break grade 1, is it not? So if we can use the local practice to give 10 while your own is giving a bag, who will you follow? The local. So I gave them instances. I said, don't come to Enugu, demonstrate to us how to parboil rice. Let us go to where rice is parboiled so that we can look at the systems, and from that, choose the one and modify. Till today, they've come back.
So, you can see, so that we still have challenges. Regulatory. Ghana, I'm just giving an example. Others. For example, in South Africa, you have called the Diamond Council. The Council, if you are producing diamond, if you are going to mine diamond, it must belong to that association. Before you go to the pit, we'll give you the information of your field, whatever the other grade 1 or grade 2 of diamond, there must be already a that's going to be. So that when it comes, once that meets that, they stamp it, oh, this is our own. Right, like I'm saying, then the rice now. All the bags of rice I'm seeing, I never see which standard are you working to. Nobody. MANCAP is a local certification, that is general. But for example, the rice industry, as it's big it now, they have an industry and a standard, what to call industry. So that meets that standard, it will now start certified by or in a conformity with this regulatory requirement. Okay? So there's a gap. Right, and that's what we're looking at. Yes, the process. Yes. Carry. Which one is carry? Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to ask something, which is, being a member of West Africa Mushroom Growers, I noticed that when you take mushroom from here to Zambia, there is a regulatory body and certification you need to meet before your mushroom from Nigeria can go into supermarkets in Zambia. Now, the same thing runs through some other African countries. I don't know if there is for Nigeria, but that's one part of the equation. The other part is there a central body that once one is certified by this central body, into any African market, rather than you want to go into Zambia, you need to get certified from Zambia, you want to go into the next country.
Thank you. Let me take the second question you said. Zambia, certified before you. Now in Nigeria, for example, anything food and drugs, NAFDAC, you must get NAFDAC certification. For mushroom, NAFDAC should be. That's the first point of contact for certification for Nigeria. So if you have for Nigerian market, you need NAFDAC. That's the setting. If it's manufactured product, if it's added SON, but for now, for food. And especially for that product you are talking, mushroom. You know there are a lot of mushrooms. Some are very poisonous. So by mistake, so you must be able to grade your that and able to get certification placed on it that so that very important. Second question you ask, common. Okay, you say you have HACCP. This best hazard critical control point. Okay, if you get that, that would make you, as any in Africa, you enter the market, in as much as you conform with the standard of the process. Meaning that there's a process you must follow. They don't just give it to you. No, they will inspect to your factory or your processing point and discover what if it's not in line with what they won't give you. But if there is in line, or they will also advise you what to call critical point, where what they call is supposed to come in. They will just advise you what to do in each of those points. At the end of the day, get that, they take you anywhere, because that gives you advantage in any market you go. Okay? Okay, sir.
Okay, I think I needed to go back to your question. Is there anything you can do, central thing you can do to be able to access those markets? That is a gap that accreditation is trying to fill. Now, what happens is that, okay, mushroom is, because it's is not agricultural crop, it's animal, right? It's classified under, huh? Huh? Fungi, that is an animal. And fungi, bacteria, they are all animals. So, yeah. So you, It's part of anywhere you put meat, that's maybe. Huh? So, but let me, that's why I needed to clarify this. If you're doing food, be very clear about this. If you're dealing with food with value addition, you have business with NAFDAC. Madam, am I speaking your mind? Yeah. If you are dealing with food with no value addition, who are you going to deal with? That's the question we needed to get very clear. Because NAFDAC mandate restricts them to processed food or value-added foods. Again, am I still correct? Huh? I said, except there is value addition of processed, maybe part processed or fully processed, that's when you come in as NAFDAC. If it's purely agricultural, no value addition. No, if it is for export, NAFDAC comes in terms of the food safety standards, Sabi? Okay. So, but wait, I also need you to understand that there are some areas where quarantine service takes upper hand, where you are dealing with live animals, more live animals. You okay? There are diseases they can carry across their tongues. You understand? And until you have a certification that gives you, gives evidence that they are safe. That's the food safety standards. One of them is this, your HACCP. There are multiple of them, depending on market you're entering. So you need to find out the market you're entering, what kind of food safety certification do they need? Okay? But locally, who you should be dealing with, make sure you clear with the quarantine service. In some cases, ask NAFDAC, but if you're not, I think I would spend more time with quarantine. You understand? So to be very clear. And then why do I say accreditation is trying to solve the problem? Accreditation is global, so we all belong to the same club. It's just like doing what they call European League. You understand? So if you are certified by a certification body that is accredited by NINAS, you don't reach that level. If you are accredited by NINAS because you belong to IAF or ILAC, which is the global body, the rest of 120-something countries that belong to the ILAC and IAF, which we belong, is supposed to accept your certificate without retesting. Do you understand? So it's a global network. You know, so I have always answered this question in Abuja in case we're with our government big heads and they're saying, what again are you talking that this your office is adding value? We have NAFDAC, we have SON, we have quarantine. What in the whole world are you doing? My simple answer is we have them. They are doing their job. They are doing all the best they can. But there is no independent person that says they themselves are doing it well. NAFDAC needs an independent body to say NAFDAC is following process to issue certificate. That's why NAFDAC credits their laboratories. And if you listen to the advert, sometimes they say our labs are accredited. With respect to that language, sometimes for everything for a particular scope. But your advert doesn't say that. It's just Nigerians who are accredited. So they think everything is accredited. So that's one. Somebody look at your consignment inspected as it's going out. That inspection accredited gets to UK and they look at the certification seal and they don't see any accreditation body behind it. They will have to re-inspect it 100%. But it is inspected by already accredited locally in your own place. Are you getting this? So it's a network. So the easiest way to do this, let me go back to what William said. Take laboratory tests. If you are going to do tests for malaria, try this game and you see how we're living in labs you are using. If you settle down at this thing to start this thing, just ask for this might the face of the person will turn red if it's not accredited, because they know that they are doing illegal thing, but they've been making money over years with it. Lack of accreditation means there is no guarantee that you're doing it right. I hope I've tried to explain it. Because for you to be accredited, staffs must be according to the standard, and you comply with SOPs that you've established by your own management system. Yes, sir. Okay.
Takes you far under that African Continental Free Trade Agreement, so that if your goods are moving within the African continent and they see MANCA, they accept it as, a viable sale.
You're correct on that aspect. Why MANCA is
exactly.
You cannot compare South African business. Okay, well, you can agree with the businessman in South Africa to export to them a product with MANCA. But it is the prerogative of their own gatekeepers, which means their own agencies, to look at the MANCA and say, we can accept the certificate or not. Why? Because until the MANCA process of issuing MANCA is even argue with it. And that's why our government now have a policy that says by 20, we will qualify if you meet the requirement to be labeled made in Africa. If you achieve that, your product will go through the 4 countries without restriction. Okay. We are having challenges with the way it is structured now, and that is where it is stored. Okay. We're working on it.
Okay. Thank you. Let me just give you examples of Lagos Business School, where where I'm a resource person. I just got there one day. I'm 15, 15 or 20 or so, the most current. So when I asked the lecturer who was with us, I said, well, you guys are trying to do this. I said, they just got this, but it's already they have got the best, even as a business school. There's international accreditation for business school. They have got that. Why do you go for 1,050? You say no, they go because the restaurant is by the Lagos, the international certification for the business school. Okay, but this ISO covers it. Yes, it covers people working, it covers the process, it covers the personnel, it covers the environment, the thing itself. So you can see that the environment was on that term. So that's what the certification does for you. Even though they are in the business of doing business education, they got the best. They said the subcontinent of this also become assessment. They know that they are into and they got it. So the invest certification. So that's what business doing. You have MANCA. Why okay for your food? Does the certification say they recognize it? No. MANCA, if somebody goes to Egypt, MANCA, they won't notice what is MANCA. If on your label, they don't know. which ASAP, everybody knows ASAP. If you put halal, everybody knows. So that's why you, not for the purpose, just like exam. Oh, the pass mark is 40%, let me try 50%. You might get 40% to mark, but when you go to university like Harvard, they want 80%. Will you go back and say, I want to do the exam again? That's when you are doing it at the first time and get it. The next slide, my boy. So under the chapter 3 of the chapter of the policy, we are looking at policy. Okay, and here we'll be talking about the policy principles are the policy for the policy, the framework, the policy itself, the requirement, grade standard, commodity specs, quality assurance, specification and logos, warranty, restriction on distribution and export, sampling and testing procedure, quality. Actually, this is the main component of the policy. We can see it has really detailed what the policy is going to be. Specifically, we're looking at the standard, grade standard. Okay, I think the consultant talked about it in the morning. The grades. Okay, the rice has no grades. There's long grain and short grain and all that, but it's more than that. I know in Thailand they have different varieties. They use figures also to describe them. That's that there must be. So your specs you are producing. I know the market, for example. Like I just talked about coconut. I mean cocoa. Cocoa, you have the main crops, which is between October and March. Okay, that's commandment price. And those main crops, there must be certain parameters: the quality, the grades, I mean, looking at the moisture content, the moisture content, the fiber, if it's in cassava or something, you talk about fiber. So a lot of components, the external, you know, in each of the container, or each of the components. So those are the then commodity. What are the specs you need? For example, you are producing cassava chips. They ask you the moisture content is very important. The fiber is important. External matters is important. That means seed. I mean sand. All those things that are inside. So all these things are important. Quality assurance specification is also important. Containers and packaging are going to be the first primary container, second primary container, the third primary. So all those things are important. Okay. Then talking of container, talking inscription and logos. Okay, if you see export carton that is going for export, you know, you say this side up, you know, where assuming you are carrying something like a fridge or something that is stable, or do not cover it with rain, you know, put an umbrella, something. That, oh, this thing, if you don't cover it from rain, it could destroy the product inside. Those are markings in the carton that need to, you know, so. Those are part of the things we are going to look at the policy. Warranty is like, if it has any challenges, return it to us. If it's grade 1, the product is not grade 1, please return. We are going to replace it. It's an assurance to the customer that we are in business to make it. Restriction on sale, distribution and export, which is the supply chain. And all that. Sampling, we are talking about sampling and testing, which we have done before. And, just like we said, quality assurance criteria, size variations, sampling guidelines, all these are important components of this section. The next section, please. Chapter 4, what are the responsibilities of stakeholders and citizens? And that's why we are here. Some of the here are going to play. You know, whether you're in supply chain, the value chain, whether in the supply chain, whether you are in the business setup, which role each of them awareness. Let me tell you about consumer awareness. Now, and that's why there's a under UNIDO. Now, the consumers. Yeah, why is the need? But we decided that they have to, if they have to educate the consumers to know their right. Yes. To know their right. If I carry this bottle now, if I don't see NAFDAC approval number on this bottle, I'm scared of this water. Okay? I don't know if you understand what I mean. In those days, we used to drink ordinary. People drink water, but when NAFDAC standardization came, if you don't prove on your water you're taking, you will feel comfortable. Okay? So we now, and that's why today they have the federal, there's this Consumer Council that changed their name to SCPC, whatever they call them. But they are trying to make consumer to know their right. You make it's not going, and they're deducting your money. You have it, go and tell the consumer protection. I didn't charging, so they have to call you, or they do advert that is customers. The consumer has a role to play. This is we are talking. This grade talking. If you don't the consumer to know their grade, to know to consume, it makes no sense. Okay, they will which grade they are buying and how much they are buying. It's very important. So that's why the consumer associations and all the commodity-based associations, and that's why, Madam, so you are going to be part of this association. The next slide, please. Chapter 5, stakeholders' roles. Which role is stakeholders? In this thing, it's a complete, the whole economic. So which role are going to play? The role of stakeholders, the role of NABG. NABG is the implementing agency. The NABG is Nigerian Agricultural Business Group role. What they're going to do? They, for example, the Milligate and is it Milligate or Bill and Milligate? They are providing support. NGOs. Many NGOs. Some of you are NGOs. So each organized private sector like Nasima, MAN, and all that, they are all a role in the implementation of this policy. So it's key that they are part of, and that's why validation also they are part of the validation. At the end of the day, we see the need where they're going to also participate. The next slide. Chapter to key in to make to this policy. The next slide. Now, this is our application of technology. It's very, very important. So, of technology, including AI, will be key to the success of this policy. Currently, of course, we know what the technology is all about. You use for your factory to determine a lot of things in your product, so that labeling it can be done. Also, what machine can do as it's going, it's just wrapping it, coding it, and all that is going. And so, exactly, and all that. So that's what we do. Then the political will, very key. If government does not back the document, we are wasting our time. And so I think somebody asked that question that because the first day when we in Abuja, all the government agencies were there. The was there. The Federal Minister of Agri and all that. Those who were, I think they were all. Also, when the validation is ended, he also take it back to them for final, approval. Investment is going to be key. A lot of investment is here. A lot of investment. So the policy is approved. You look at which area first. Containers. We are talking of talking about. Okay, so exchange. There's what to call commodity exchange. You also know what to call the other exchange. That's the financial exchange, whereby commodities and all that without having. Okay, for example, in Nigeria, we now have affects exchange. Which trades commodities, now trades financials. Critical to this financial the exchange is the grading system. Without grading, the exchange will not work. That the structure of the exchange is worked. Because you are going to have the warehouse warrant, whereby if you put your product there, based on the grade and all that, you already know what you are going to get. The warehouse keepers or providers will pay you based on that. Okay? Then financial institution can also, you can get loan from your banks based on what, especially if it's what you have to use to reproduce again, because your products go for export. So once your product is in the warehouse, through the warehouse receipt, the bank can give you loan because they know the guarantee. So a lot of investors are going to we take all this policy. So just like I said, it's important to look at the policy and see where we can put up that. To the whole thing. The National Assembly will play a role. And, of course, a lot of legal working. Then strong private leadership. Of course, that is anything government. We should be careful because of corruption. They just put it because the type of stories. So this private sector, but like private sector, the government will be there. But private sector, if private doesn't lead, so private sector leadership is critical. Consumer awareness and protection, I think we have said it, that is, we can go forward. If that they did this, if you're a provider of service, if you don't fall in line with that, you will lose business. So it's very important. Chapter 7, offenses and penalties. There must be penalties, there must be offenses. So if there is no penalty, just like I was saying, somebody said of you to give me 5 kilo of rice. I pay for 5 kilo, 4.5. It is already offense. Okay, so it must be contained in the legal document that's going to be set. If I'm buying soya beans and 10% of it is going to be part of the, so there must be penalties for, once penalties start, once there's it's quite a lot of people will now conform and do the right thing. The next slide. Chapter 8, policy demands. Another policy demand of recognition, government decisions, legal framework, and full implementation. Okay, recognition and all that. Sorry, go back to that. That government decision is, of course, like we said, this is going to be subject to the decision. The good thing about sometimes it's part of the system. It's already it's part of the National Quality Council. I think they say yes, because it's also part of people that created of the National Quality Council important. So with him and the National Quality Council, I think 50% of the job we've done, because these are people that will push it to the federal government for recognition and implementation. Of course, we've talked about legal framework, including National Assembly. They have to legislate on it so that it can become functional and also be used as a framework for the country. Funding is key. That is a big word to say, but at the end of the day, I think we can run with it, which is part of what we're doing. Every of us shall be part of the process. I say, yes, we did it, and we can go with the implementation. The next slide, please. That's under part 9. Under you have validators record, resources, implementation, legal framework. Again, these are a matter of details, and going to come as go on. The last one. It's an update. That's chapter 13. Based on what we have agreed and the suggestion we're going to make, the consultant will look at where to review and also update. The next one. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any question for Mr. Williams? I think in the number of minutes he did this, he's been able to highlight the key factors or key discussion or each chapter of the policy. This is, as I said, 60%, or if you like, even less than 60% document. The remaining is supposed to come from me and you, and that is why we're doing this. And so I may not to tax try to know how we feel, but having given this background, I think that one now to see if and take time to read this chapter by chapter. If you can look at it chapter by chapter. So tomorrow, what we're looking at is what's for you in this section. What do you think can be added and made better? What do we take away from what we already have? Like I said, there are now is the legal test. You cannot do legal test until there is a policy. Then text. It's open for question and answer. If there's anything to discuss before we shut down for the day. Are we already? Okay. Okay now. Agaso ya nibo, agaso ya no ibo.
Anyone. Provided nana neku. Thank you. I think ebe mwekebe question bo na certification. Ima ibia na ebe anyị na-azụ na side nke anyị. Enweche many product. Like ibia na egusi. Enwe kefi. Yana nke lafia aburufu. Yana nke igara aburufu. Nke taraba di iche. Oka mango juice. Na nke saminaka aburufu. Okpa Sokoto na nke ndị je na nke ndị Zakibiam oburufu. Ose ndị Zakibiam na ose taro nke emo Bauchi aburufu. Ufo na afu di iche. Right. Boko. Ito akodi alede. So, now this certification, you want to go like this. Now this certification, how do we clarify all these one by one for people to understand? Maka, ndaman nevute rice, boko, boko so the poorest and poor. And a bu rice book. No adani and no boko. Ke can the consumer get you a mara and go obia kobo. Thank you very much.
This is the cocoa of the matter. The cocoa of the matter. Look, let me just say this. Chief Ugweze Nagwayeba is the field. So all these Premier League coaches, I can say na drawing. Drawing by inside or body thing. Or back and so good. Now, I need us to understand the certification that he referred to. Water of Ma. The certification we are discussing within this policy, the major part is the certification of the process involved in. For example, you will not use bags that will be used for national grading if you are not certified to produce that. Yes. So this time we're not looking at rice or beans or this. We're looking at the grading system. So first of all, for anybody to finish inspecting, whether it's a private sector or government agency, to finish inspecting your commodity that you're bagging for export and say, I confirm that this is grade 1, put stamp. I confirm that this is grade 2. For anybody to do that, he must receive accredited inspections. We're saying that if you're not qualified, it's not what every Dick and Harry will do in the process. So that at the end of the day, anything that comes out of our grading system can be trusted outside. You understand? So I needed to separate this certification system of grading from the product itself. Now when you go to the is different species, or if you like, different varieties of the. It doesn't matter the variety you're dealing with. What of from you is to ensure that whether the rice came from Boko or it came from Lafia, where say grade 1, let's take rice for example. At least I remember some of Italy on the grading requirement. Say rice, for example, grade 1 or grade AA according to USDA. If you collect bags of that rice, put it through a sieve, you will not see one stone. So there is a requirement particular unwanted inside that rice. Yes, that is what with Adan, you're dealing with this. If you're able to eliminate stone, you are approaching the first grade. That's one. Then grade 1 for rice, you will not see rice grain that is broken. There will be long, complete grain. Even if it's a short rice, it will be short but not broken. Because machine during the milling breaks some of the grains. Those ones that are broken, if you can separate them from the unbroken, then you are approaching grade 1. Thank you. So I can go on and on. So I have talked about the size of grain. I've talked about, what did I talk about again? So apart from that, you now look at color. Exactly. So what the grading or certification requires is looking at the characteristics. It doesn't discriminate on the origin. Again, you are required to declare the origin. That's why it's traceability. Yes. When you talked about electronics, we're talking about using barcodes and tracking systems. Look at it. You look just at all the journey has made before he arrived at the supermarket. It is a well-established system that will bring transparency. That's why we say transparency. You know what you're buying. The seller knows what he's selling. Then when you segregate it like that, those broken ones and those lower classes can be used. Some of them are used for animal feed. Some of them are used for cheaper production. Then you can sell those ones more expensive. And then it becomes a predictable venture. You understand it now? So don't be afraid that you people can buy anywhere. But when the grading is in place, so before you take grade 1, don't say this because it comes from Lafayette that makes it grade 1, or because it comes from Abakaliki that made it grade 1. No, it's the characteristics. Yeah, it is. So it will help you. That's why it's as awareness and public. That awareness that we do in place will help the understand what we mean. And that is why we can't even approach you now until we have a clear foundation that we can build on. If I was saying this in Olibweze now, at least everybody in there will understand that we're not discriminating about Onyegboko product or somebody in social states. No. But wherever you're farming, comply with these requirements. I hope I addressed that. Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. Just a follow-up question. From what my brother said, the practical man, grade 1 from Boko, requirements. What I'm talking about is the external characteristics that gives us the grade 1. There are internal characteristics. Qualifies what you have from being grade 1. And that is on a second application, which is cooking.
That one comes under value, nutritional value. Because when you there is internal requirement, internal characteristics which you can even test in the lab to differentiate those two. So the one you call grade 1 by physical, actually the real quality.
I'm coming to me. Wait. It's not a cooking method. We have looked at rice from different states in. We have so many things. The boiling pattern gives you characteristics. Grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4. Fine. The soil content of where you're producing the rice. I'm coming. These are things we do. These are things we do. The internal, the soil content that with respect to the place you're producing. What is it in the soil that makes this difference? I'm coming. You watch out. State of Ebonyi State, they produce rice. The Mpu area, axis of Enugu State, they produce rice. Rice is also produced in Adan, produced in Isuzo. And Isuzo has this link of Ebonyi and has another link of good. Any environment where you have salt much in the soil, rice produced from that area has a different content. It melts after some time. So if you're cooking such rice, you take precaution. There are different ways you use it, and it will not go bad. But if you don't know it and cook it ordinarily, you get a different thing. Like you talk of the suka that you produce in suka and get a different flavor. You will not get. What is it? Is the soil content here? Minerals in soils you need to analyze, in which you will not find in the other areas. In agriculture, we always prophesy soil testing. Identify where you have crops. Thank you.
I will get to you, but let me have raised. Don't assume that first grade on the translates first grade at the end. You understand? Because like percentage rice depends on what percentage of fat gotten there, the minerals, vitamins, does it have elements that are not wanted like lead? Those depends on the soil where it was grown. But you won't see that one. So it is not characterize the rice, both physical and chemical properties. This one be there. The one part is the physical characteristics. The deeper part is the if you have analyzed it and established characteristics of rice from Adani, rice from this. Thailand rice, official done it. So that if somebody even tell you that this is Thailand rice and you run it through a lab, if it doesn't get those percentages, then they lie to you. So at some point, that's why I said, this one, they are carrying rice here and go at a bag. If it's working well, if the system is working, when they chook this thing and take sample, send it to lab and test, they can tell you the whole batch you're claiming it came from there actually didn't come. They will tell you where the rice came from. Because there is chemical traceability of the rice, the sources. Okay. I hope that we can deal with the criminality.
All right, Mr. Kanya, I want to thank you. Very good job done. I want to point out that all of this work done, if we do not pay particular attention to oversight function, enforcement, it's just like a lawyer that makes beautiful laws and you don't have prisons, a functional police. It's all useless, right? So the point I'm trying to make is this. When it comes to weight and measures, when it comes to bagging, and nobody to ensure that a 50 kg bag is a 50 kg bag, it's all useless. At the end of the day, you won't get the desired result. And that is my problem with Nigeria. In Nigeria, there is so much corruption, so much civil service. There is so much corruption amongst the populace that of how much can you give? An exporter, I'm also an exporter. You go to the seaport or to ship some things. The government says you have to provide so and so. And you say, Oga, I don't. He will say, what can you do for me? And that is the end of it. Do something for him. That means you can pass or not pass. You people are doing a beautiful job. How do we handle that and ensure that people will begin to follow the rules? And if they don't follow the rules, is it? Ensure to make going.
Let me just say this. Do you know that nobody pursues anybody in America or Europe to do the right thing? No police does that. No government does that. Who is driving it? Consumers. No law enforcement yet. It is when you violate so much that somebody now takes you up and go and that's coming. The most important thing driving the quality system in Europe, America, is consumer demand. Consumer demand. Now, look at it this way. Example you gave. If you buy your way at NACO and move, first time, if you succeed that first time and that customer realize that you didn't do the proper job, so when you lose that market, you want to start another. When you get another, do you still want to cut corners? You want to keep the market. So at some point, it is the desire to sell. That's why I put sales on top as the most important driver of commitment to quality. One. Secondly, is the customer's patronage. You only get repeated patronage when they are getting the same thing they wanted from you. And that is why in advanced market, it is a price. And what we want to do with this policy is for government to provide the necessary background and then allow the private sector to drive it. But let there be government agencies. When you now have a case, they will deal with it. For example, today now, and again, not too many of us know that we now have a policy that can help you. You buy this phone now, you take it back your home, you not work, you go back to which people are selling phone here? Maybe, if you take it back, someone, there are things you buy. As soon as you leave the shop, you go back, they will never change it for you. Do you know we now, during our quality policy writing, we may have a chapter on refund policy in this country. So whatever you buy, if it didn't meet requirements of your payment, you have right to return it, and in some cases they will pay you government, which will be driven and implemented appropriately. Because we wrote it down, we cannot build on that. In the same way, this will recognize some of these things we're saying, but I don't expect government to carry whip and be able to make us do these things. So let's focus on private sector and driving this and ensuring that, because we need the money for our money. That's why an awareness. And I have a who handles it?
Assuming the product is okay. Assuming the product is okay. It's now the papers you're supposed to have, don't have. You understand? That's where
how the product is okay when you have the papers is okay.
Okay, the evidence papers you are supposed to get the evidence from an institution.
Yeah, that's where government institution or private sector comes.
And somebody is somewhere passing it. Giving you the authority to pass based on approving you to move based on the papers you have. And you come to the person and say, where is this you present? And there's one you don't have. And the person says,
go.
Go. Do something and go. And you now do something and go. And your good goes to wherever you're taking it to and passes the test on the consumer. The consumer laws will go. And you can still send another. It goes down that the agency that is doing their work is not really doing their job. It goes down to corruption. So it is not consumer taste now that will control you sending another goods to them.
No, Honorable, the truth is this. Even from your analysis, if you're trading sesame seed, for example, the receiving customer in the other country knows exactly that must come with the goods. If he doesn't see it and he closes, his own agent will clamp down on him. You understand? So if you fly it in Lagos, that is why we have product being rejected and return.
That's one. Two, on the other hand, is where the consumer doesn't really know, for example, that he has rights.
Yes.
And it's because the agency has not done their job. Now, I tell a story all the time of how I bought a phone. A few weeks later, it spoiled. I went back to the store and the young man said, "You're not here." I said, "Anna, you didn't want to go to work." I said, "You're not here." I said, "Yeah." I wrote a letter to consumer protection. Now, a lot of Nigerians don't know that this happened, and that is because consumer protection is not creating enough awareness. So that is the point I'm making. They're not doing that.
You're right.
Eventually, consumer protection came all the way to Oka. To that office, this young man said, "Yeah, I was busy. I wasn't coming. Because eventually, consumer has shown their face. Now, the point is that a lot of times claim things don't work in Nigeria.
We don't even know that they are.
We don't know that they work. But that is why, the reason I'm saying that it's a fault of the agencies because they haven't let the populace know that we can do this for you. If you don't let me know, how will I know that you can do that for me? Do you understand? So
Okay.
that is the point I'm making.
I rarely speak to argue for government, but you know, government business in all the you say institutions that you can run to when there is. The first time is even our first policy that describes responsibility, quality, uses this. We never had that before. So every agency were coming up with their own regulation and do things they want it. If you get misled by maybe Nina's advice or what we say, and in course of transaction it didn't turn out. If you sue Nina, and most likely the DG is the one that is standing the trial, and you can go. That the way this is drafted, no NAFDAC staff will go on trial. Is the DG will go on trial. It wasn't like that before. So government is taking steps to strengthen some of this time, and I think you talk. The awareness is almost a chapter. If you do work on awareness, done, and that awareness has to do. Somebody said that we need to go to market. I think it was you. That we need to go where? Yes. That we need to meet those who are dealing with dealing with it. But that will be when you have a foundation you're starting from. If you don't have those policy, what are you? That's why we need this policy. On refund policy now, we can begin to expand, and when we begin to expand it, the thing is just creating work for agents who is going to be enforcing it. We already have these agencies. There's nothing you say today we have an agency for, but we need to strengthen them. Okay? There is hope for Nigeria. Somebody wanted to speak at the back there. Before. Chairman, are you? Okay. Let me hear from this man. He's been raising his hand. I hope it's going to be very short.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Please start this. Please, I want to get something right. There's characteristics for grading the seed, crops, grain. The soil content of the area, is it one of the characteristics of the grading system? Please. No, just please, just yes or no. Just give me the signal. Oh.
Is one of the requirements to declare the source of either grain or product. What we
traceability.
Origin.
Okay, so the traceability, is it one of the characteristics of the grading system?
No, yeah. It's not a physical characteristics. Listen, don't mix it up. This is not academic. You're talking about origin. That products that is graded be able to be tied to place of cultivation or production. And what we call it is traceability requirements. And that traceability requirement says you must be able to identify a crop and all the processes he has gone to the point where you are holding it. It tells you it was cultivated at Abakaliki, it was processed at, who said that they carry from Benue to Abakaliki? It was cultivated at Boko, Abakaliki, bagged and shipped to a distributor A, and then now shipped. So those information are contained in a small barcode. It's the traceability information embedded in them. So that is a requirement.
Oh.
But it's not a physical characteristic.
It's not a physical characteristic. And the soil, that is where we have. And where the soil content of the area, does it include both the soil nutrient and nutrients? Only soil nutrients? please.
Why those information is very important, this where it is from, is because there are locations established already based on previous analysis that from there, cultivate from there. The percentage of, let's say, fat content of that cashew be within a particular range, so percent to so percent, because of previous finding on the makeup. You understand? So the soil character, I mean the soil nutrient is actually a factor to the actual nutrient contained in the seed or the grain. So they are
okay. Okay, good and fine. Then another one is that when was it carbohydrate, fat, so that what you have written, carbohydrate percentage, fat percentage, vitamin percentage.
Those depends on how much you receive from the soil.
Okay.
A crop cannot grow on, it doesn't draw nutrients from up, it draws from the ground.
Okay, and that is what you have explained in the. Okay, yes. Thank you very well. I'm okay. Thank you very well.
Who next? We need to round up. If not, no, this man. See, before you speak, you okay, you prefer to use that one. You know, what? This USAID. Okay. You see, yes, they've done a whole lot of work on different values, and I always listen to him, and sometimes we talk until we're angry about the system. But I also would want to challenge people like Abiodun, because we have opportunity to work with the Americans, and we understand how they work, we understand what they want from us, or what they want us to be. But me and you know we need to be better than what they want us to be. In all this conversation, how do you see it play out in all the work people are doing at Ebony, and where are you now?
I'm sorry, Mike. Thank you so much. For me, it's been a learning opportunity listening to everybody. I'm just soaking the knowledge. Yeah, huge cross-fertilization of an idea for me. However,
sorry, we're not here when we introduce. Can you tell them where you work?
Okay, my name is Abiodun Iheboso. I work with the Nigeria Agribusiness Investment Activity, a Feed the Future project sponsored by USAID. And I lead the policy and advocacy component of the project, primarily working on making sure there is enabling environment to attract finance and investment to agribusinesses. So that's what I try to do, and that's what's been taking my time in the last 5 years. Yeah. So, however, like Dr. Kanya had already said, the challenge we face is the harmonization of the various and standards are not in any way omnibus. Standards are built by consensus. You can scale up standards. 20 of us can sit down here and agree that this is how we will do things. Once we've agreed, that becomes the standard established at that level. So you keep scaling up standard. At the produce point, the standards are there. Anybody who is planting crops, you know the recommended standard, whether it being corn, rice, all that, agricultural practices. You know the management system. You need to do to get this kind of yield. And perchance you do contract farming or outgrower scheme. You know the standard that is agreed upon, that if you do a hectare of rice, this is the expected yield. Those are all elements of standard. So if you look at it, you keep scaling up standard. But what this shop and this policy is looking at, and which is what Dr. has repeatedly said, is not about those preliminary standards. There is an omnibus standard that is being looked upon. As we speak, there is the Investment and Security Bill, which is currently being reviewed. And at the National Assembly at the Senate level, the key element of that bill is the incorporation of the warehouse receipt system. If these grading standards are approved, the tendency is that across board, that is what warehouse receipt systems, which is like a bank or which is like a promissory note, will begin to use before they can accept goods, produces from everywhere across the world, including here. That you are not part of that conversation is not the discussion at that point. So essentially what we want to do here is to communicate the existence of all these various pockets of standard everywhere in Nigeria, so that if perchance what we are doing is superior to what has been agreed upon, then we have a competitive advantage. But perchance what we are doing is below par. It means we need to scale up and we need to adopt that very standard there. So if I continue to express this, I will get myself confused because I didn't start at the beginning. Let me stop here. But essentially, I want to really begin to rethink about the existence of these standards, and then address leaving the elements of what government expected to do that government did not do. If we continue in that conversation, we won't solve the problems in our own hand. And that's where I'm going to now. I work for, even the ones I worked for prior to now, their primary focus is on entities that help themselves, self-help entities. Culturally, I know that the Igbo people are oriented in that manner. You come together to think about how you become collectively competitive as a group. And that is why this is a very important. So you become competitive as a group, whereas there is still intra-competition among all of us as we are here. So this conversation today is to clearly define competitive in the marketplace. Because organizations like the ones and the one I'm working for today, they are looking for entities that are self-reforming. They want entities that are organic in their progress. And to do that, it means you will understand the external systems very well, and you understand your own internal system, then you can compare. We continue the conversation around what government has not done and what government should do and has refused to do. All of us will not go away. So let us focus more in this conversation on understanding, like Chief, you have told us, we appreciate that. I have learned so much from that. And my brother, the question you asked, my sister talking about soil, alluvia, and all those things, and these are important elements of the conversation. But permit me to suggest, can we write out each of these ideas this night? Let's spend down all these ideas so that when we come in tomorrow, if possible, we can ask everybody to make 5-10 minutes presentation on our understanding of engagement today as a matter of recap. Then we'll harvest all that, put them in place. I particularly suggest let everybody write down all your ideas here, whether 2 pages. We will pick it up, harvest all from everybody if we can. Thank you so much.
You have done my announcement for me, and I made promise to myself. I didn't say it loud that I was going to let people go by 4 o'clock. It's now to 5. That means this discussion and people, we put our mouth where our money is. Is it heart we put mouth? Okay, so please, there's still so much to be discussed. I feel with sense of a huge responsibility to so that tomorrow stronger. What we do tomorrow, we need to, like Bjorn said, that's why I made my announcement. I need you to review what you need to review. Write down. There is a commenting note. A commenting note is the ISO commenting note. It gives you, you can say line this. It is a form used to comment. So that just go direct to your comment and try to correct. But don't bother if that is complex. Even if it's on that WhatsApp, make sure that where you have contribution to make, advice to do, there. Read every line of that WhatsApp so that tomorrow when we come, we will share experience. Tomorrow, what William did was to highlight these chapters. We will take time to discuss in detail these aspects of the policy. We may not do all, but even at the end of tomorrow's meeting, we will have over 2 windows sending comments on this. It's an ongoing discussion. It's not a one-time thing. It's a policy that will affect us. But I like what is already said. That we are part of the discussion is not really a matter. If it is become a policy, it will affect you. Yes. That's yes. So on your very highly interactive participation. That to say this is Southeast, we didn't have this kind of interaction in Ibadan. You can confirm that. Meanwhile, we had plenty of professors. So this is a more practical setting. I must say that. So thank you. And last announcement, 7 o'clock, the dinner will be served. Please, those of you watching, you can go and sleep. Eh? Don't say to the Patrick. All right.